Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship.
Let us stand and ask the Deputy Mayor to lead us into prayer.
This is the day that the Lord has made for us to rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for your grace, for your mercy, for your love, undeserved. We thank you, Lord, for who you are. Thank you, Lord, for each and every one that are here present today. Lord, will you please put a coal of fire on our lips if you don't want us to say something that is not from you. Father, lead us, give us wisdom and give us courage, and please give us a spirit of calmness. Whatever we are discussing here today, let it be to the glory of you. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray this with much thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. We might be seated.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome all the honorable councillors under the leadership of Honorable Deputy Mayor, Madam Crystal Swartz, the chairperson of the Management Committee, Councillor Richard Ignatius Kavango, and the Deputy Chairperson, Janet Giovanna Noah Ngobasis, as well as member of the Management Committee, Councillor David Johannes Geister, Councillor Cecilia Dara, and we will soon be joined by Councillor Justin Kutsia. So delayed a little bit. All the technocrats today under the leadership of Mr. Zainotron, which is leading the delegation of the technocrats, standing in for the substantive CEO, as well as the legal officer, as well as the acting strategic executive for community service and LET, the council support in the IT team under the leadership of Javed, and the PA, and also the PRO in turn. Welcome to the second OCM, which is an ordinary council meeting for the Rehoboth Town Council. At this juncture, I would like to say it is my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to this ordinary council meeting of Rehoboth Town Council, convened here today, the 8th of April 2026, in the council chambers. Allow me to, at the onset, to extend my sincere appreciation to the people of Rehoboth. In the recent weeks, we were confronted with great challenges. The looming threats of suspension of water supply to our town. It was a moment that tested not only our systems, but our unity, our resolve, and our character as a community. Yet in the face of adversity, the people of Rehoboth stood together. You demonstrated resilience, patience, and a collective strength that reminds us all that a united community is an unshakable force. Equally, I wish to comment on the administrative heads and officials who, during this turbulent period, remain composed, focused, level-headed. In the moments where uncertainty could have prevailed, you chose clarity. Where panic could have taken root, you upheld professionalism. Your engagement with the relevant entities reflected a leadership ethos grounded in responsibility and a calm resolve. And for that, we are deeply grateful. To our residents, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your cooperation and acceptance of the prepaid water meter installations on your properties. This was not merely a technical intervention, it was a necessary step towards sustainability and accountability. Today, we are already witnessing significant improvement in the revenue collection, which strengthens the financial footing of this council and enhance our capacity to deliver serious services effectively. In the regard, we must also acknowledge and commend the interventions of the state through the Line Ministry. This prepaid water meter initiative is forward-thinking and transformational policy position, one that speaks to long-term resilience, fiscal discipline, and service delivery reforms. It is an example of governance that is proactive rather than reactive, and it deserves our full support and recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, within the 12th and the 19th of March 2026, the Council engaged extensively with the community through a series of public meetings. I wish to thank every resident who attended, who raised questions, who shared concerns, and who offered constructive input. Your voices matters. Your insights are valued, and your participation strengthens the democratic fabric of our town. But let us also reflect honestly on the responsibility we carry as community. The image of Rehoboth, how it is perceived, how it is experienced, and how it is remembered, is not the responsibility of the council alone. It is a collective duty. Each word we speak, each action we take contributes to the narrative of our town. Negativity without gratitude, accusations without evidence, and an adversarial posture towards our own local authority do not build, they erode. They deter tourism, discourage investment, and limit opportunities for growth and development. If we are to attract capital, inspire confidence, and unlock the full potential of Rehoboth, we must become ambassadors of our own progress. Let's therefore embrace a collective approach, one where we do not only identify problems, but also contribute to solutions. A community that advises, collaborates, and innovates together is a community that prospers together. In this point of collaboration, I wish to extend profound gratitude to the Rehoboth Community Development Committee, the RCDC. Your unwavering action-driven support continues to uplift and transform our town in tangible ways. From the Jacaranda tree planting initiative on the Captain Hans Diergaardt Street, set to create a breathtaking and distinctive entrance into our beloved town, Rehoboth, to the iconic I Love Rehoboth sign along the B1 road, which has already become a focal point for both tourists and locals. Your work is shaping not only the physical landscape of our town, but also its identity and pride. Your contributions to the beautification of Rio Spa Rehabilitation Project and numerous other initiatives stands as a testament to what can be achieved when citizens take ownership of their environment. May the Almighty bless your selflessness and inspire in all of us a renewed sense of patriotism, civic pride, and responsibility for the place we call home. I would also at this juncture like to identify and acknowledge and recognize the achievements by certain individuals, residents of our town, that has distinctively stood out, and put our town on the map locally and also nationally. I would fail in my duty as the mayor of Rehoboth Town not to mention the achievement of two young ladies, Jacqueline Schrijver and Albane van Wyk, in making it to the top 20 semi-finalists in the Miss Namibia competition. We are honored, and we'd really like to every citizen to support this two young beautiful ladies from our hometown and render them all possible assistance so that the crown must come back to Rehoboth. Our last Miss Namibia was Sunay January, which was also a former learner of mine at Dr. Lemma, and this is about time that we get the crown back to Rehoboth. Equally so, I would like to thank the State President of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, on a recent appointment of the son of the Rehoboth Soil, Honorable Edward Alfred Vambo, as the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. It is an achievement for this town, and every grain of sand in Rehoboth is testifying to this achievement. We wish all these individuals, both the Deputy Minister and the two young ladies that is in the top 20 of the Namibian Miss Namibia contest, all God's joy and protection, and also all the best in the endeavors that they would embark on. As I conclude, with the business of today's meeting, let us not do so guided by the principles of unity, accountability, and vision. Let us rise above division and focus on the greater good. Let us be bold in our decisions, yet grounded in the needs of our people. For in the final analysis of the story of Rehoboth will not be written by circumstances, but by the choices we make together. I thank you. Abu Badiri of Khuri. I must now ask. Now we will continue with the business of the day as per the agenda. The opening prayer and welcoming was done. The adoption of the agenda of the meeting of the council, which is the OCM 08 April 2026. Let us look at the agenda, and then I will invite a proposal and a secondment for adoption or then addition to the agenda. The agenda is, as is application for leave, absence and declaration of interest by members of the council. As I assume and understand that all of the councillors and all of the technocrats receive the agenda 72 hours before, I would really want only alterations or additions. And if not so, I would invite proposal to adopt the agenda or not. Do we have any? The CEO, acting CEO.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, we have 3 additions to the agenda under the office of the CEO. This is from the acting SE, Economic Development and Community Services. The first submission is request for council approval, the review of the solid waste management strategy.
Which will be now 11 point what?
11.1.4.
Before we accept
There's 2 more.
the additions, I would also like to kindly ask that when we start, let's start with the monthly report, because that is the one that mostly take up a lot of time, and then I've also sent out a memo for specific answers. So if we can start with the monthly report as 11.1.1. Is it fine? Take the support, council support? Which side? Then the additions, 11.1.4 is
Request for council approval, review of solid waste management strategy. Then the other addition is 11.1.5, also under the office of the CEO. Authorization to implement and start the Rehoboth Let's Talk Youth Development Initiative and to establish the Mayoral Youth Development Fund. And then 11.1.6 would be also from the office of the CEO. Proposed mayoral youth clean-up campaign April to May 2026, and refuse bins distribution campaign.
Is that all?
That is all, Your Worship.
So the agenda will now be altered in this way. 11.1.1 will be the monthly reports, and from there we will have approval for the ring fencing that will be now become 11.1.2, and the final portfolio allocations to councillor will be now 11.1.3. Okay, and then we have review of the solid waste authorization to implement and proposal of mayoral cleanup, then 11.2. Then all the others are fine. Is there any other addition or any alteration to the agenda? Going once, twice. Proposal to accept the agenda from any councillor. Tara proposes that the agenda be adopted. Secondment, Councillor Ngovasis. We move on to the next point, which is application for leave of absence is from the councillors. All of us are present. I have leave application and apology from the CEO and also the technical manager that is attending a workshop in Swakopmund for council affairs. Then declaration of interest by members of the council. You received the agenda. Is there any member that would like to declare interest? None. Confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting of council. Confirmation of 4.1, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting of council, that is now OCM 0503-2026, 3/361. Can we, again, 72 hours, colleagues, so therefore, if there are specific things that you would want to highlight from the previous meetings minutes that needs to be corrected, please just indicate. We are I assume there is no change to the minutes of the previous meeting. Indication by Councillor Kutsi.
Good evening, Your Worship and Honourable Councillors with our administration. Your Worship, on page 6, the proposed schedule of the Administration Management Committee and the Council meetings, is it so that we have to adopt to say on this date that our fixed time for every meeting will be now, especially for the OCMs, will be at 5 o'clock? Do we need a proposal and a secondment for the time, or is that not needed with this calendar? I'm just asking. Do we need to amend it?
Thank you, Councillor. The calendar was set out in the other meeting, the previous meeting, but with the induction, all councillors were reminded that meetings of council, especially the ordinary council meetings, must be after 5, so that the administrative team must stay in their jobs for the whole day and not be disturbed, and then they should be it's once a month, so they should then be in the OCMs. So all the councils were reminded that we need to have our meetings after 5. All the other councils are already having it in after 5. We were the only ones, or we were some of the ones that are struggling. so to have it on time. So we are just conforming to the standards as set by the ministry, line ministry. So therefore, all our OCM meetings will be henceforth at 5 o'clock. The dates of the meetings will it's a framework. So when need arises or national or more superior duty calls regional or national, then it means that there might be some changes, but minor changes to the dates and as well as maybe the days. But this is the framework that we have to have these meetings in this chronological order, starting from the admin, then management, and then council meeting. Even this meeting was supposed to take place on the 31st of March. So if you look at the footnote, you'll also see, please take note that the dates might be changed accordingly due to unforeseen circumstances. So is there any other change to the agenda, to the minutes that you'd want to see or correct? Yes, Councillor.
I propose
Minutes. As a proposal, is there any secondment? Councillor Kaiser, seconded. Therefore, I could note that the minutes were confirmed. Then we are at number 5, all official announcements, statements and communications. These are statements that needs to be made through the CEO's office to the chairperson of the council, and I did not receive any on announcement official. The CEO left something with you on the questions, announcements, statements and communications. So there is no official statements. Cassandra, I did not receive any. Wait, is it from your department? CEO's office. Yeah, the CEO and the mayor can make the announcements. All right. Are you going to read on behalf of the CEO, the acting CEO?
Yes, Your Worship.
Yes.
Please yell it out. Okay, Your Worship, the announcement is a preliminary notice of the Allen Congress and request for submission of agenda items. This was received, or the letter is dated the 3rd of February 2026. However, I believe the CEO only received it on the 1st of April. In terms of the Article of Association, Article 26, Sub-Article 26(4)(a), a preliminary notice and the date of the Congress must be issued by the Chief Administrative Officer at least 4 months prior to the proposed Congress date. It is based on the above that this letter serves as a preliminary notice of the Congress that is scheduled for May 2026 at a date and venue still to be confirmed. All local authorities are further requested to submit comprehensive agenda items for tabling and discussion at Congress on or before April 21st, 2026 to the Allen Secretariat. Ms. Maureen Kambala.
So the Allen conference will be when?
They said that it would be in May 2026 at a
Noted.
date and venue still to be confirmed.
All right. We take note. Official, I think, from the PR office.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe to announce that the management committee and council has approved the 50% discount on the connection of water services to the residents. We have sent out a notice this afternoon. It is on our Facebook pages and on our WhatsApp channels. We have also sent it to the various radio stations, so residents are informed to please log on to our Facebook page and see the notice. There's also another notice regarding the refuse removal bins, which is also offering a discount. That is also to be issued tomorrow morning. So those are basically the two notices.
Yes, the clarity on the connection notice, the 50%. Residents must take note that they are, with the installation of the prepaid water meters, there was some houses that did not have the installation made at their houses simply because some of the houses or residential property never had water connection to its property. So the council cannot, although the owner gave permission for installation of the prepaid water meters, the council cannot just pay the cost of water connection. Water connection and connection of electricity to a residential property is gazetted, and the cost, initial cost is 3,700. But due to the outcry of the community, the council in the management committee has resolved that for the coming 3 months, up till the new financial year start, the discount for new connections, which means houses that never had water connection, will now be half the price, 50% of the 3,700. And thus can also be paid in 3 installments, but the installation of the water to that property can only be done once that 50% is made in full. So community members must come and see the finance division to be guided in terms of how they can benefit from this. I would also like now to give official announcements, the legal officer to inform us and the community on our legal affairs, what do we have, and how are our legal cases going.
Good evening, Your Worship. Good evening, Honourable Councillors. Thank you. We had an outcome in one of our legal cases in the High Court on 20 March 2026. So just a brief statement. The Council hereby informs the community of the outcome of a recent High Court matter involving the Rehoboth Town Council, the Labour Commissioner, and Mrs. Berta Drotsky. We are aware that this matter has received much attention and was widely published, as well as it was even discussed in Parliament. So herewith, I would like to inform the community that the court ruled in favour of the council, with the appeal succeeding. The previous arbitration awards, including the monetary award of 1.8 million, have been set aside. Furthermore, the court determined that the claim for unfair dismissal is dismissed. This brings this matter to finality, and the case has been removed from the court roll. The council appreciates the community's patience and will continue to act in the best interest of the public and in line with the laws governing our institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Would also like to thank our legal division for the tireless work that they put in, and Madam Cassandra, thank you for your efforts, and we really do congratulate you for seeing it through. We are at this time we are going.
Sorry, Your Worship. A question quickly.
I'll give you a chance now. At this time, we are just going around with one more case. When I was a regular councillor in the last term, we had many cases, but we are able to solve them in the favor of the council mostly, and then we only have one more case. But that council case is also pending when? 20th of April. We are hopeful that we'll also win that one. Councillor Kutsia?
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, just a question based on what the PRO just mentioned regarding the 50% and the council approval. Your Worship, I just have a question based on that, because I saw that advertisement only, the notice only today, this afternoon. But according to, it was approved at council. But Your Worship, can you please, because even at the confirmation of minutes, I did not see that discussion was at council level. Discussed at all. even though it's a very good initiative, not having a dispute, but as you know that we have to have council resolutions based on it and at the OCM level on a resolution for the like what the purposes of the auditors last year said. All decisions must be made and policies must be of council resolutions. So can we just follow up on that one? Thank you.
Councillor,
Or can you
could-
just give me feedback on that one, please?
Councillor Kutsia, I'll refer to the acting CEO.
In actual fact, Your Worship, it is council support. The council supports, though, I think we were quorum in the management committee already where the instruction was given. However, there isn't a formal resolution yet, so.
The guidance and the direction will be that that matter is referred to council. And as it was informed, the matter must be, we are still at official statements and communication. We can still, you have introduced the subject, so the councillors can have input so that it can, rightfully as it is said by the councillor Justin, have a resolution number to accompany it with.
Your Worship, but for the future, can we wait until, because I believe it was, if it was advertised today, while it's council meeting, why can't we just wait for the council meeting and do it accordingly? Because this was actually done prematurely. So why can't we wait for the council meeting, and at the council meeting it will be immediately active for when the council, the full council, and not at the management level, because management must refer that decision to the council in order to get the council resolution. I'm just asking for the future purposes so that we can do it that manner, so that it cannot come back to us and say, but yes, it was not done in a council, but rather in a management. So let's just keep that path, please.
We
clear.
take note,
Thank you,
and
Your
therefore
Worship.
it is under discussion now. If there's any objections, any discussions on the point, any councillor, I think Councillor Justin has just raised the concern, which is valid and which is understandable, so that it can carry a resolution number. It is on the floor, councillors, so that we can deliberate if there is a need. You would see that the government, when it when it approves the alienation, more than 40 households in the Hans Diergaardt houses, just behind, between one primary school and Woermanbroek in Block E, are mostly affected because they had never had a water connection to their property. Also, we only did not look into that matter, but that matter would have come to the table also when the chairperson was supposed to present his report in management, because it is in the minutes. It should be in the minutes, but we can, because it is now. I think it's the wording and the placement of advert that preludes the discussion. So therefore, we decided not only those houses, there is many houses in the whole of Rehoboth whereby there was never a water connection to the property. So therefore, we said it's a attempt to give these people, I think mostly affected areas are also Block G, where people would really want the installation of the prepaid water meters, but they did not have a connection prior to that. So now they have to connect, the pipes must be connected, and that cost is $3,700. So if we can discuss and say it is accepted that we can just give it a, but I understand your concern that it should never prelude the council because it needs a council resolution. So for that, it would have come to in the report. Let us just give another chance to Councillor Gutierrez.
Your Worship, I see it. Your Worship is starting. We are starting with the reports, the monthly reports, and the point number 1 is underwater. So then we can create it out of the report. We can create in the resolution for this discussion. Then we don't need to. Then we can just discuss it there with the whole water affairs and everything. Then we can make a resolution number there, if it's fine by the House. Thank you.
I think that would be the direction. Now we are moving. Yes,
Yes, there is already in the report, there is recommendations regarding the 50% deduction. So under that point, we can just do the resolution. Okay.
thank you. Then now we will move to official announcements. I would like to announce the calendar of the Office of the Mayor and the activities that is set for the mayoral office and its beneficiation of the local community. If I can find it, that is. The Office of the Mayor has has projects, two subsections, projects, and then it has empowerment workshops planned for the year. Consultations was done with the regional leadership through the Office of the Governor and many other sources of that would assist financially or through in kind to make these projects a reality. The first project, official calendar of the activities of the mayoral office will be given out once it is consolidated with the dates and the offices that is relevant to that certain topic that needs to be discussed. So therefore, there will be a youth gardening project that is to start in August while we are awaiting the agricultural plots to be declared through the township planning board, which took us now 3 years. I think by next week we will again petition the minister, the line ministry, so that these approvals can be granted so that we can start with these projects. If you would listen to the State of the Nation address and the contributions and questionings of the opposition parties, one of the most significant topics that came out is youth in agriculture from Honorable Megende Vanani. He questioned the president on how can you really benefit the young people and address the crisis of unemployment in young people especially. And he also offered the solution to say, let's intensify agriculture, youth in agriculture projects. And we as the Rebo Town Council, I think we are proactive in that regard, but we have to follow procedure, and then that procedure and bureaucracy is taking us back many a time. So therefore, the project for agriculture project for youth will start on the premises that the council already owns, which will be identified and also be discussed or informed, because it's a mayoral project. We will be informed which property will be used for the initial start up, and then when the declaration of the agricultural plot is made, then the young people can move to those plots, as was allocated already 3 years ago. Then we have the initiative from young men that consulted me on the different block signage, like the I Love Rebo signage, which they were specifically from Block E, and they said we will gather the funds, and to start I Love Block E initiative of that they would start that project, would want to start with the project of the mayor, and also an outdoor gym park. So that process will also start. We are also encouraging young people from the different locations and suburbs in the town so that we can have this pride thing going in the different parts. Outdoor gym, that will benefit the young people, as well as the I love Block B, I love Block F, where I'm staying, those things. So that is a project that is to start, especially this one that the young people came of the initiative, 31st of April, they are planning that it should be already in place. Then the basic firefight training must commence in May. There is empowering, out of the mayoral office, there is empowering young boys, especially those that are in grade 11 and AS at the different high schools, just to give them a head start as to when they want to leave school, they should at least have a basic firefighting training, those that are interested. And also, it will all depend on the resources that are available. Basic first aid and basic firefighting training that they would have to do. if they are interested, so that they can have at least something when they leave school. Then the other project is learner license project. We, as the mayoral office, want to collaborate with the driving schools in the town to at least give two young people, after they pass the learner's license, the riding part, assistance to obtain the driving license. So that will be a collaboration between the mayoral office and the local driving schools to empower young men to obtain the learner's licenses. That is a project also. Then the next one is the cleanup campaign of the town once every 3 months. One is already tabled here. We'll discuss it in detail later. Then the brick making project that also needs to start in May, whereby the council, through the mayoral fund, will acquire 2 brick making, tools, so that young people can make quality bricks, and then we can generate revenue that will be revolving. If they sell the bricks, if they make the quality bricks and then they sell the bricks, they can take something home, and then, or again, save something to buy the cement and the sand to make other bricks. So there is a project that also needs to start. We are in collaboration with the governor's office and many other donors that will assist this program, such as the Social Security Bureau, that will assist in this project. So the bricklaying project will start in May. Then the mayoral fund must be funded through fundraising, so that it can. So the fundraising gala will, other towns have already started. So we will start in October so that we can plan extensively. Then the mayoral sports day is another project that will also come. Then there is the mayoral empowerment workshop and trainings that is planned. Those are trainings because most of our towns bidders are losing out on tenders because of technicalities. So we will invite the procurement board, the national one, for to offer tender through the office of the mayor, tender document completion workshop for 2 to 3 days, whereby our local business people will be trained how to fill in tender documents. That is planned for July. Then proposal writing workshop that is planned for June. We will also collaborate with other stakeholders. And then there is the Youth Development Fund application, where we will invite the Ministry of Youth, where they will also assist us with how to complete these applications. And I think the chairperson is also very good in that. Then the other one is the business registration workshop, where we will also try and train people how to register businesses. That is now in April, maybe this, but it's too close apparently. So we will replan, but these are the initiatives of the mayoral office. Those will, the official calendar and the chronological order thereof will be announced both in print and houses, printing houses, and in the media as it is. That is now the mayoral projects and workshops. Then we are still at 5. We are also facing, we are now forcing things in the cemeteries. And I have just inspected the cemetery, the new cemetery yesterday. It is ready. I've talked to the constructors on site. It is ready. By next week, maybe we will start with the burials in the new cemetery. It should also be understood that 1/4 of the cemetery is already in place. It has been, and the ablution facilities have been completed. So as time goes, the other quarters will be completed. The work will continue while the burials are in place. So we will soon announce through the SE for Community Development the closure of the cemetery and the start of the burials in the new cemetery. I think that is my announcements. Is there any other thing? We are done. Is there any other thing from the other councillors? None. Therefore, we continue with number 6. Councillor Gauthier?
The new cemetery is not yet been. Do you also inaugurate a cemetery?
I think the right word will be commissioned, but we will continue using it, and then there will be official date for the official opening of it. I think we also have continuous meetings with the RCDC, which showed willingness in how to assist us in that regard. Number 6, interviews, interpretations, or person summoned to or requested to attend the meeting of a council. None. Petitions. Did we receive any petitions?
At number 6, interviews of deputations of summon, the presentations, can the Honourable Chairperson of Management just give us then feedback on that one, because it was not rescheduled to full council on the, I forgot to ask that one.
All right. Now,
Communications, Your Worship.
the interviews, this is for what is now standing in this meeting. But for in his report, he must report to you, because the management report must come from the chairperson, and the chairperson will report. All right. Petitions. Motions by members. None.
I just want to announce a motion for the next council meeting, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. Taken, Your Worship? No, it's fine, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention that I have a motion. I just want to make the announcement that I will submit a motion. It's just to notify for the motion. The motion must only be accepted in next month.
But you need to give clarity on what when you propose a motion, you will say on youth development. I will propose a motion on youth development.
The motion will be on the ablution facilities within town areas, Your Worship. Public toilets, layman's term. Thank you.
Noted. Answers to questions of members to which notice was given. I've given notice to the CEO on various requests that I've made in terms of the memo that went out from the office of the mayor to report on the progress of certain topics, the memo, and then so that I can brief the community. I think this is where the questions that I've asked should be answered, or can we take it together, because most of them reflects in the monthly reports. So you will answer it there. All right, noted. Is there anything else in that regard? Report of Management Committee referred to in section 26, subsection 1, E of the Act. None. So recommendations of the Management Committee, and then we start with the Office of the Chief Executive Officer. That is now the reports coming from management, is it? We will start with the monthly reports. The Chairperson of Management.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now that we are dealing with the monthly reports, I would put it through to the CEO, the acting CEO, to take us through the monthly reports.
With permission from myself, I I will just like to brief what were the questions, because it is bearing on the monthly report that the Office of the Mayor posed to the CEO on behalf of the community. Number one was prepaid water meter installation and progress. The CEO must report on the installation of prepaid water meters, including number installed, areas covered, financial impact on council revenue, payment, compliance, improvement, and overall impact of the on council finances. And then the second one was legal division that she already reported on legal cases and outcomes of the latest cases completed and ongoing cases and general legal feedback to council. Then the payments by institutions, reports on payments made by by institutions of government, agencies and offices, which we said we will suspend services of, indicating how much has been paid, which entities are still in arrears, and also report on the local businesses that owes the council. Then number 4, it was on the HIMARS lights. We only see the holes, but we don't, for 2 months now, but we don't see any progress. Then on the agri plots, progress on the report of agricultural plots. And then alienation project, progress report on alienation project and related property transfers. Rio Spa strategic plan progress. We have said that the plan will all be inclusive, and the process of inclusion is did not start. So we are maybe nearing the half of the year and we don't have a strategic plan. And we are not even at the consultations phase thereof. Then the staff municipal accounts, I've also asked for a report on the status of staff municipal accounts, all staff members, including the councillors' accounts. There was a memo from the Office of the Mayor to say from the 1st of April, arrangements must be made by all staff members if they are in areas, and how far is that project? Then the 368 urban in Block H that was started in 2021, those that are still outstanding. Then the Lake Wanop in Hobson properties, report on the valuation of properties in of Lake Wanop and Hobson. Those are additional to the monthly reports. Those questions need to be answered for the general public's indulgence and also for ours. Mr. Acting.
Your Worship, in terms of the report that I have submitted, I was requested on the progress of the prepaid meter installation project. So far, we've installed 342 prepaid meters in Block A. This is also one of the blocks where we have received the most resistance in terms of installation of the prepaid meters. However, the project manager has informed me that these residents are now returning and coming back to the offices and requesting for installations. So I would like to thank the public as well for listening and also accepting these prepaid meters, because at the end of the day, it's also to assist the public in debt management, to ensure that they don't go further into debt and rather make an arrangement on the old outstanding debts of with Rehoboth Town Council. In Block E, normal Block E, we installed 250 meters, and in addition with the alienation houses, we have installed 450 meters. Now there are about 639, I believe 639 alienation houses. Most of the houses, or all of the houses that have not been installed, is either where there is no municipal services. So the project also of decreasing connection fees is also to assist in these areas where there are no municipal services, to install the bulk water lines and to ensure that everyone receives water connection. Block G proper, extension 1, 2, and 3 were one of the blocks that really, they accepted the prepaid meters. Most of the areas, like the new developments, already had prepaid meters, but those that did not have, 571 were installed there. And in Block F, 370. Block C, the reason why, at the end of, this was the report at the end of March. It's because they just started within that week, or the first day the last day of March in Block C. They installed 5. And the NHE houses, all of them have been installed with prepaid meters. So by the end of 31st of March, they installed 2,011 prepaid meters. The rejection household analysis, total households that rejected the meters were 171 as at 31st March. And the outstanding debts is 1.6 million. We've analyzed and we've also sent out notices for all debts above 2,000, which is really the debts that we need to concentrate on for the clients to come in and make arrangements with finance, and so that we install the prepaid meter, which means that we will now look at second visits to these households, starting from top-down approach, the ones with the most outstanding debt, and formally notifying them, delivering the notices to the households. We will set a installation compliance deadline, which will mean that once that deadline is reached and the customer has not come in, we will disconnect municipal services to these households, unless proper arrangements is made with the finance department. And then also,
Mr. Tron, if I may ask,
yes,
if I am rejecting the water meter, I'm having a conventional and I'm on my account is to date, you will do what?
since we don't have enough meters to install for everyone, those are not the priority houses now, because these residents are in good standing with the council. But the residents that we need to assist is the residents or the property owners that have outstanding debts. So we need to concentrate on those houses first. The debt recovery, in terms of the circular and the directive from the ministry, was that all households with outstanding debts should be on a 70-30 basis, as the way that Rehoboth Town Council is also with NamWater. With our prepaid bulk supply agreement with NamWater, we are currently on a 70-30 basis, which means that for every $100 we pay, we only receive $70 worth of water, and 30% goes to our old outstanding debt.
That 70-30%, the 30% is the person is paying back. There is no interest on the outstanding, so the outstanding is not accumulating interest. Is it ring-fenced, or is the interest removed? Yes.
Rehoboth Town Council is not charging interest on water municipal accounts, only on electricity. That is still in effect because of the tariffs that the council approved. We are charging 0% interest on outstanding debts. Okay, the major recommendation from my office would be that the council put in an incentive compliance model, which means we reintroduce the amnesty program for the next 24 months, whereby interest is written off on full recovery of the capital debt. So which means that the council works on a cost recovery basis. We charge basic municipal charges and on all our services. However, in the past, we used to charge interest as well. What I'm recommending once again is that the council approves for finance to implement an amnesty program whereby all interest is written off once the client has paid the capital amount in full, which means that this will also motivate people or residents that have high municipal accounts to see what they can do to settle within those 24 months. We are also cognizant of the fact that there are high municipal accounts. So if need be, on a merit basis, it can be brought to the council to say, can we extend these months? But the basic months of repayment should be 24 months. And if it's feasible for those clients, if it's not feasible, I must bring it to the council and say, okay, can we extend to 36 months so that it is sustainable for the client to pay that specific amount every month? So far, in the finance department, like I've said in previous months, because we've only started installing in March, it will not show a clear indication of what the financial impact is. But on our cash recovery or cash collection in the cash hole, we've already seen a 25% increase on a daily basis within the cash hole. So I thank the residents also for coming in and paying those basic fees, because that enables the council to deliver services within the municipal area. So that is what I can report so far on the prepaid meter project. I think by the end of April, River Town Council should see a much better picture, and then we can show by means of a graph what the impact was before the prepaid meter installations and during the prepaid meter installation project.
Thank you, Mr. Tron. Ms. Councillor Dara.
Your Worship, can I just make a contribution whilst we're at the prepaid waters? I would like the people installing the water meters to please make sure that there are no leakages while installing these water meters, because some water meters are leaking, and due to that, people are running out of water at times, and there is no one available to repair it. Thank you.
Noted. I also, any other contributions on this point? Because we need to exhaust this point so that the residents can really understand. I think it will first the chairman and then Councillor Kutse.
Mr. Tron, can you perhaps just scroll up a bit for me? I want to see some statistics first. I'm happy that the administration went back and to some extent added information to this report, because during the management committee meeting we sent it back saying to it that it was not comprehensive enough. In that meeting we were arguing that we cannot be having per se 344 houses in Block A that were installed, and we entered that. We wanted to know exactly how many houses or urban do we have there in Block A. And the 304 that they were installed, now the remainder, how many of those that were not installed did not have connections before? What are the reasons as to why people do not want the connection? So forth and so forth, so that we can better see how best we can assist in the installation project. And now I'm seeing that we have 171 total houses that rejected. Are those 171 for the totality of all the blocks that were covered? Or is it for one block only? Because that 170 for me, if I have to take Facebook as a source of reference, then it's a very mediocre number, that one. So the 171, is it only in a certain block, or is it all of those that were covered? And if I may also proceed to ask a second question, did we cover all of the houses in all of these blocks that are listed here, or only certain portions? Because that will better answer the question. Because it will be unreasonable for me to say that if we had covered all of the houses in those listed blocks and only 171 of them did not consent to the installment of the water meters, then some things are not just adding up somewhere, somehow.
We'll also take Councillor Kutse's question and then the acting CEO will answer.
Thank you, Worship. Mine is in line with the Honorable Chairperson of Management. Mine was just on the list of those who is still outstanding, because we requested a list from the CEO to work, because I know there's 6,800 or 6,500 prepaid meters. I see there's already been installed 2,000, meaning there's plus minus 4,000 something outstanding of these prepaid meters. To work on the list of who is the highest outstanding person or resident, to work from that angle towards the list, so that we can know at least the residents who's having high accounts and historical accounts can be dealt with first, and the businesses, what the minister said, so that we can work from that angle, then come, so that once we purchase another the second phase of prepaid meters, we can continue with the ones with the people who wants, or the people who is still needed, so that we can just get to know just to improve our revenue on the outstanding list, because it's difficult, and I agree with Honorable Chairperson, it's very difficult for the council to manage and to analyze who and what, who did receive, who did not receive, and is the people that is owing a lot of money, did they receive or did they not receive? So just to get that survey for us so that we can understand. Then, Your Worship, my other question is if Mr. Tron can just go a bit downwards with his request. I just like to ask the question, the credit policy that you, yes, just there, what is the mentioning, Your Worship, and councillors and administration on the credit policy? Because the current credit policy says 30% if you default. Now, we do have historical debts, what we all know about, due to why people cannot transfer the house to their names due to historical debts that they received when they got the house from their parents or grandparents or so forth. How do we deal with that matter? Because that is quite also a high number. How can we assist those people on the credit policy? I believe the credit policy will fall away when you do have a prepaid water meter, because then there's an agreement of 30-70%. But for those who does not have yet the prepaid water meters, how will we deal with the credit policy? Because for a person earning 6,000 or 10,000 below, or 5,000, below 5,000, and is having a water outstanding bill or account, a utility account, higher than 100,000, that person will never be able to even pay the 30% credit policy. How will we as the council motivate that person to do a payment, a reasonable payment for connections, and then continue keeping on that promise, apart from if we have to install most of the prepaid meters? So you see, Your Worship, this is the questions that we have to ask to understand why certain people cannot say no to a prepaid meter, because how will they afford to pay that credit policy 30%? So that makes it easier for them to accept the prepaid meter. So can we just get, like you said, can we then get all this in a proper structure on how will we sensitize this problem that we are facing in the town? Mr. Tron, the last question is the 40% or the water loss that we have as a council. What is the percentage of our water loss? Can you just put that also for us on a figure so that we can see what is the decisions when it comes to equipment that we have to buy and to recover on to decrease the percentage of stock loss that we are having in the town? Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I give Mr. Tron, when we were negotiating with the bulk service providers, one of the things that they were adamant about is to say, we cannot even employ people as NEMWater. We cannot employ people because we don't have the resources. The reason why we don't have resources is because you owe us. So the cost cutting that you implement, that we implement, forced by your debt to us, by across the country, the municipality debt, is that we would demand that these cost cutting measures be also at your places. So the 30% credit policy is a policy that must remain. They also told us the same thing. We are standing with you as a council to 30% if you are in default, and that's what they wrote and communicated to us when they wanted to suspend the water. They said, if you don't pay 30% of your total debt, then we cannot negotiate. It's through the intervention of the, which I consulted, the intervention of the governor and the minister, and the minister's intervention with the agricultural, waters and forestry minister and the president of the state, because those were the key players in terms of saying we cannot cut the water of Rehoboth. So through those interventions, they were able to move a little away from the 30% that we needed to pay before they can continue with the water supply to us. So 30% is policy, and I think it should be discussed by merit. When people come in, it should be discussed with that particular person, looking at the circumstances, and the starting point should be the 30%, and based on those discussions with them, they should move to amicable amount then. But the basis of our the agreement that we need to sign with the finance when we are in debt should be the 30%, and then from the negotiations we continue to come down. So I think that is the 30%, I think, and then you can continue answering the others.
No, I take note of Councillor Kavango's question, and also his suggestions to improvements on the report. So by the next MC, we will make sure that we have the list of the total households within the blocks, how many households were installed, how many are outstanding. The rejection list, just to come to that, covers Block A, Block F, Block G proper. In extensions, the extensions we didn't really have rejections, only households where people weren't present. So the 170 households is within Block A, Block F, and Block G proper. In Block E, I must applaud the people from Block E. They really accepted the project, and they're still inviting us back, so we will cover those areas again. And coming to the list of our high outstanding debts, Councillor Kutsia, your suggestion is duly noted. I will forward that to the project manager and instruct them or direct them to start implementing that with immediate effect. The historical debts, as per all accounting principles, the Rehoboth Town Council must make sure that we make a 5% provision for bad debts in our budget. We've never done it before. This year, the Finance Department has included it as a budgetary item. So looking at historical debts, the maximum that the council, on merit, as the mayor has mentioned, can only write off 5% of a debt as doubtful or non-recoverable. So we will make provision in the new budget for that, or we already made provision to be presented to the council and the public. And once accepted, that will mean that everybody that comes in with a legitimate case that this is the aanloop van die hele situasie, then we look at the account and we write off that 5% in terms of the provision that we've made. However, this requires ministerial approval as well. So once the ministry has approved our budget with that budgetary provision, we will know if we are able to do it, Councillor Kutsia. Water losses, the last time I spoke with the technical manager, we were standing at 39%. That has not improved or worsened significantly. So at this stage, we're still standing at 39%. And recovery of debts from the public, that will mean that we need to invest in our networks, because we cannot function on a network loss with 39%. So we are cognizant of that, and I have spoken to the technical manager as well regarding that.
Mr. Tron, can you explain also what is the 300 and how much? What does it entail? And for non-pensioners, what is the 115, 16? What does it entail? If you can also show it on the screen, it will be very, because we are explaining and it doesn't stick with our residents. Also, there is one question. Then I think the implementation of this, installation of this prepaid waters requires 24-hour technical support team, because it will happen in 10 o'clock, then I'm stuck until next 10 o'clock. So the 24, we should look at technical team that will support 24 hours. And then the next one, the vending system, we have already engaged vending system companies to avail that vending system. So you guys will inform us on that one also. How far are we to just pick up my phone and buy water now? That part in the tariffs I've already said. Councillor Kutsia, you want to add something quickly?
Yes, Your Worship, while we're still under, before Mr. Tron just will explain to the community, Your Worship, will it not would it not be a good idea to say, because we have heard about the written off of debts from the minister's side, but to compile a comprehensive report in order to write off certain debts, will it not be something that the council can run a campaign where people can submit how far we have the debts, we can see on the system, this person is owing 20 years, but the house owner is this, and this person only took this house from this period of time, perhaps. Then we can, because how do you pay a person who passed away? How will that person ever recover his or her debt at that a specific residence? So can't we measure it like what we have heard in the induction, whereby that date starting from there till there, that is that current person's debt, and from previously, perhaps that debt must be applied for us, for the council to the ministry to write off the debt. It's not to be say that the debt will be written off, but it's something that we can try, because the minister told us we haven't applied for that yet. We haven't seen such an application yet. So perhaps with how we can do it and how we can deal with it, it can also assist us as the council. Because it's very unfair, Your Worship, even though the credit policy must remain at 30%, but how will that person how will that person clear a debt of 300,000 when he was still a youngster at that age with his salary, current salary? How long will it take for that person to clear a debt? Thank you, Your Worship.
The ministry has asked for records of all pensioners and disabled people. We are awaiting that response from the ministry. We have put it in. So before that amnesty or that write-off, we cannot add to the ministry. We will wait, because the ministry has to now, they have, not only from us, but from all over the country, they have asked for pensioners' accounts, which include those that you are saying, some of them already died, and also disabled people's account, so that he can write it off. But that in itself also requires ministerial approval, and the minister must get approval from Treasury. So I think all of us handed it in, all the town councils and municipalities, and we are waiting for that action. And we took note of what Councillor Kuchia is saying, because he said that you never applied to us. I did not see one single municipality that applies to say relief the historical debts. So that we are just waiting for that amount to be written off these old age and pensioners and disabled people. Once it's done, we will look how we'll relieve our communities. Councillor Dara will be the last person, and with the last question, then you'll answer, and then we'll continue.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I would also like to ask whether Mr. Tron can maybe just explain to the residents also, especially the ones that are new to this prepaid water meters. Some residents really have no clue as to how long the water will last. Say, for instance, I bought $50 water or $100 water. How long will it last? How should they monitor these water meters? And yeah, just to get clarity on that, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so in terms of the vending solution systems and vending points, we actually had a meeting with the approved or appointed contractor for vending water on behalf of Rehoboth Town Council. And they indicated that by Friday or at the latest by Monday, once they receive the vending points from Rehoboth Town Council, which is the responsibility of myself in my capacity as the finance manager and the legal officer, we will tomorrow contact the identified vendors where water will be sold. After this has been done, we will now look at the sustainability of these vending points, and then the contractor will engage with the banks as well to ensure that you can now buy at your own convenience when you want to buy. So it's a process that has to be followed. We cannot do everything at once. But the vending points by next week, they will be up and running, and they will be communicated to the public to know where they can buy water. So they don't have to come to the council alone. Only business hours for now. But we will look at communicating with the service stations, because they're open 24 hours, to make sure that they have, so that at least those points are 24 hours. The second one was the pensioners' debt write-off. That was requested and financed through the office of the CEO, submitted it to the ministry. And like your worship said, the ministry now has to approve before we go another direction of applying for additional write-offs by the ministry. We should always remember that debt write-off must come with a subsidy as well. If the council writes off 30 million, at least a portion of it must be financed by Treasury. So that is why the process takes so long. But we are hopeful, since the minister is pushing these projects, that they will be successful. But we have submitted our application to the minister for approval. Then I was requested to please explain to the public what the $345 is for. Now, a non-pensioner, as per these are the approved tariffs of Rehoboth Town Council, which means that these are the charges that Rehoboth Town Council must charge to the public for maintenance. Basic charges is for maintenance of our networks. But as we all know, you charge and you bill, but you don't receive all the money back. And that's the situation Rehoboth is in. So currently for non-pensioners, we charge $112.35 for basic water charges. For sewerage, we charge $114.35. Now, mind you, a pensioner do not pay those two tariffs if that pensioner has come and registered with finance as a pensioner. So all you do is you bring your title deed and your ID, a copy of your ID, give it in at finance. We stop immediately on the date that you came to register. We do not do it retrospectively. We do it from the date that you came to register. We've sent out multiple notices regarding this, but not all our pensioners have come to register. So I encourage them to come. You do not have to pay that $226.70. Now, in addition to that, you pay for the fire brigade a mere $8.70 to respond to a fire at your house, fire in the neighborhood that might cause a disaster to yourself or to the public, that the pensioner does pay for. And then under refuse removal, you are charged $108 per month. So the pensioners only pay $108 plus $8.70, which is $116.70. And this applies on the prepaid meter as well. If you're pensioning, you pay $116.70. Let's say the pensioner has an outstanding account. And this will start very soon once we've engaged all the outstanding people with outstanding accounts. You will now, let's say you purchase $100 of water, a mere $30 will go to the council every time on your outstanding debt. But you will still receive $70 of water, worth of water. I will come to the monitoring of water now, Councillor Ndara. So, if we add the $226.70 to the pensioners, $116.70 that they are required to pay, the non-pensioner, that is now the young people below 60 years old.
It's very confusing. Can you say the $116 is excluding your monthly water that you are?
It's excluding the monthly
Yes.
water.
No, just explain, because now
That is basic charges,
Yes,
as I've explained. It's only basic charges for refuse removal
yes.
and fire brigade.
That's
services.
apart from the 70-30% on their monthly water.
Councillor Kutsie, we are talking
Sorry,
about
we-
the tariff that they need to pay. Now, the tariff is 350 before you buy water. The other part of you are owing what the negotiations must come when they come to the office, isn't it? Because now we are just concentrating on the installation of the water meter, and you have to buy water. Now, if you are non-pensioner, there is the $116 that he is explaining before the old debt. So you have to come back and arrange, because it will not be the same price, because I owe $3 and the other person owes $20. So what you contribute towards your outstanding debt will differ definitely. So for now, we are just talking about the fee that you need to pay before you can purchase water every month, if you are a pensioner or a non-pensioner. That's the only thing we are talking about now.
Yes, you are correct, Councillor Kutse. It's for your utilities, the services that the council provides to you. It's your basic charges. So the non-pensioner will pay $343.40, which includes now the basic water, utility bill, basic sewerage, the fire brigade, and the refuse. So that is before you can purchase water. Yes. So the outstanding debts is apart from that, as the mayor has explained, and that will be arranged with finance and implemented as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Monitoring of water usage quickly.
Monitoring, yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Ndara, I'm talking through the chair. It is explained on initial installation of the prepaid meter that on the UIU, the user interface unit, yes, thank you, Honorable. User interface unit, by press of a button, you can see how much water you still have left on your prepaid meter. So if you monitor that on a daily basis, you should be able to see how many units you are using per day. So if there's any discrepancy, you must immediately inform the council to come and do an inspection, because there might be a water leakage. And I want to also inform the public that these new meters go into a slow mode if there's a water leakage in your house, which means that is when you start seeing that the water is just coming with a small stream, but it's not closing totally. If you tamper with it, it closes totally. So if the water is running slow, but you have a new prepaid meter, inform the council, we will come there. But if the leakage is on the inside, because it will never do it if the leakage is behind the meter, because up until the stopcock at the back of the meter, it is still the responsibility of the council to ensure that any leakages there are attended to. And that brings me also to answer your question on leakages. It is because our stopcocks are so old, but we are currently replacing all of them with new stopcocks. So that problem will be eliminated very soon. It will not end because it's a man-made thing, but we will attend to it. And we are currently attending to it as per the households that inform us. So if there's a leakage in front of the meter going towards your house, that is immediately because this is a smart meter, it recognizes that there's a leakage, so it goes into a slow mode so that you don't waste water on a leakage. So that leakage must be repaired with immediate effect to ensure that you have proper flow to your household. And usually it's with toilet systems, old pipes in the walls, anything can be the problem. Okay.
Thank you. I think, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to add on to Mr. Tron's explanation to Councillor Dara. Mine was only installed today, and the installers are directing you how to use the remote. And even for the leakages, to check your leakage, if there is a leakage, you must just close all the taps and come and check your meter running, if it's standing or still moving. If it's moving, it tells you there is a leakage. Then you can just inform the council. That's what they told me. I just want to add that. Thank you.
Mr. Thorne, they are saying in Block F where I'm staying, you don't have a prepaid water meter, but you want us to have one. So I don't know when you are coming to me because the whole of my street is waiting on me to have one, so that if it is good for me, then they will also think it is good for them. I think we are spending a lot of time on this one.
There was a query regarding the, how do you call it, the stop kraan. How do you, if you put in the prepaid water meter, where will your stop kraan be? Dit stop tab, dis is nou direct translate hierso. En ek kry nou regtig nie stop kraan se bewoording in Engels nie.
It's a stopcock. The
Stopcock.
stopcock is immediately, we install it immediately behind the prepaid meter, but it looks a bit different because it's a magnetic stopcock. So it doesn't look like the old conventional one. But we do install a stopcock.
I mean,
Stop kraan.
ek stop die stopkraan, Mr. Tron, as hy, ek bedoel nou as jy nou die plumbing wil doen by jou huis, waar maak jy hom toe? Want die ou eenheid mos nou die kraan gehad, weet jy, maar dit by die meter gaan toegedraai het. Waar stop jy nou die ene askie? Kan jy net dit verduidelik, dat die mense gaan net weet asseblief man.
Council will come and close it for you.
I think what
No,
Councillor
there is-
Basis
the
said,
prepaid meter actually has a device on the side where you close the flow at the front of the stopcock. So the public, if there's any problem with finding that unit where you close it so you can do maintenance in your house, they can call our technicians. They will come out and show them so that they know in the future. This is where I close my prepaid meter to do general maintenance and how to open it again. So you don't have to fiddle with the council's stopcock. Yeah.
okay, we are nearly done with that. And other questions and pertaining clarity to this whole prepaid meter installation must be, we can come in and ask in the, we are also going to go out very soon because the departments are already busy with the consolidating their budgets in the departmental budgets, and then budget, we will go out to present the budget to the various residents, and that there we can also entertain one or two questions. So the budget presentation meetings will be in April, isn't it?
It has to be, Your Worship, because the budget needs to be submitted by the 1st of May without delay.
It's in the next 2 weeks because we have to take it also to the regional council. So we will go out, and if there's any questions pertaining to anything that council related, we'll quickly entertain or that one also. Piero.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe not to announce, but just to add that Councillor Kaiser and the PR team is currently working on a leakage detection campaign. Once we are done with the assistance of NemWater, we still need to seek assistance of NemWater, then we will roll out the leakage detection campaign in the various blocks to address the issue that was raised by Honorable Dara, and also the 24-hour support services for the technical team.
Thank you so much. We need to continue and move on, otherwise we'll be up till 2 o'clock this next morning. Legal division already provided the report. Payments by institutions, we want to see, we were saying the government institutions owe us a huge amount of money. Which ones did pay, and we're now suspending the services of those ones that are not paying?
Okay, Your Worship, as you requested, we sent out notices to the government institutions on the 12th of March 2026. You also received your school's account on that date. Yes. So, Ministry of Education paid during the month of February, the 17th of February. However, and Ministry of Works paid the 18th of March, which was, and, no, it's the 17th of March, sorry, Your Worship, 17th of March, Ministry of Education paid. Ministry of Agriculture paid the 18th of March. However, a lot of them only paid certain invoices. I am aware of the fact that Ministry of Justice, it's MIS, Ministry of Safety and Security, They requested and Ministry of Home Affairs, because some of the items, the police stations and so on, they fall under Ministry of Safety and Security. So they requested additional invoices. However, we still have some institutions that are defaulting. I need to applaud Ministry of Labour. They only have their current account outstanding. And they did struggle in the past, but they got their house in order, and they made the necessary arrangements, and they paid in full. So it's only their current account. These are the current billings. So the current billing for all the OMAs per month is approximately 1.5 million. So they still owe us 20,768,000. So with the instruction of this council, we will start disconnecting, because it's already the 8th of April. We gave the institutions enough time. Only those that have made connection and are requesting invoices to settle in full, we will give a grace period to settle those accounts. However, those that have not made any contact, we will disconnect within the next week.
Councillors, we taking note of that because we need to say, we need to be consistent. And even if they receive the notices, they're supposed to come and say, okay, we will pay this one. And they are not going to just pay this one, Mr. Tron. When the thing, the same that you apply to an individual, saying 30% must be paid. So most of them just paid something. So those ones must also come back and be told, our credit policy is 30%, and you paid only 2%. We are waiting 28%, or you need to come in, and we will suspend the service. Sometimes we did not pay also, but when the reality hits us, we started paying, and we are on top. We are paying every month, every week now. So what we are saying is we need to emphasize on this, and the minister is really behind our back when he says suspend if the agencies of government does not pay. So we will guide you to that effect.
Well, I will communicate with Honourable and the chairperson before we commence with disconnection, but it will commence very soon. Your Worship, may I just be excused for 2 minutes, please? Ms. Cassandra will handle the IMAST lights.
Sandra.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Before that, Mr. Tron must also remember I asked for businesses also in Rehoboth. Those bills of the businesses. It must also be presented at some point. All right.
Thank you, Your Worship. So here I have before me a report on the HIMARS lights. Mr. Joseph Srivute prepared it. He said that there were 6 units allocated to RTC and 2 units allocated to SORET. Initial delays were experienced. The first delay was due to surveying challenges, which have been resolved. Now the current delay is in steel production. So the progress is currently hindered by steel production constraints. The contractor is waiting delivery of Y12 steel, which is required for fabrication. He has attached an email in which they have requested for feedback on that on the 7th of April. And what they said here was, there's a slight delay in completion of your reinforcing for foundations. We are currently awaiting the arrival of Y12 steel coils required for finalizing production. We are expecting these coils to arrive shortly, and as soon as they do, we will prioritize completing your order. So he said the next steps will be to resume work immediately upon receipt of the steel materials. Contractor has assured readiness to proceed with concrete framework as soon as steel force finish is received. Monitoring will continue, and updates will be provided as soon as possible. So that is on the HIMARS lights now.
This HIMARS lights was supposed to be done in the period of the previous council. And It is a tainted, awarded project. And when we were doing the reporting from properties at some point, what the properties division told us is GI said is working with tenders. They're also tendering out something. Now immediately when the supplier which received the tender is not complying to the due dates, they are penalizing and they start in the procurement process again. So the delays, it's as if it is an internal program where the council is supposed to buy this and get that and get this and get that. If the supplier is not delivering, then cut off and let's move to someone that can deliver. Because these holes that were made is a danger now to the children in the communities because water is in there and children are children. And we might be sued if something happens. So I don't know if the chairperson is very adamant about these things. And because we sent out, this memo was sent out when? 31st. So the answer was very quickly formulated for today because the email was only sent yesterday. So people really, I don't know. I was listening to the Senate, they were saying to the president, this business unusual that you are saying is really business usual. And that for us to change the culture of responsiveness of council is a very, very bad thing. We are struggling as councillors, although we want service to improve, the culture and the root of postponing everything and not paying attention to it right away while you can is so deep entrenched in the council. And it makes us look very weak. We are seeing comments on social media that says, we are not in charge. The council is not in charge. The administrators are in charge. And that shows weak leadership. And we need to have people accountable. We need to set dates. The chairman is always saying, you cannot just tell me I will do it. Dates, and if the date is not there and you are not coming prior to us before that date and saying, this is a challenge that we're having, and when we remember to ask you, then you are coming to say, no, but this is the challenge. It's unacceptable. Is anyone about high mask? Very briefly so.
Your Worship, while they know that this process takes so long for this high mask eventually to come, why don't they already order for the next bunch for us not to wait for the second phase of this high mask to take that long again? So we must learn, if we see that the process is like that, then we act fast, proactive on our ordering system so that we can get this now already, because we know already what is the hiccups. So why don't we already order all these? Because how did you make a hole without having the complete high mask? I don't understand where the hole's coming in. Was it just to show us the hole and now the hole will become a problem? And every time we are cornered by mistakes that we have made, when will we stop and see what will work after we make plans? It shows poor planning, Your Worship. That really shows poor planning. And it cannot continue like that, because the community is not stupid to see that it's poor planning.
Thank you, Councillor. Chairperson? Nothing. We understand, but we are not happy. We want answers and we want accountability. We want to, it sounds, we cannot have answers to say, we are ordering what from South Africa. Why are we ordering? Why are we ordering? Is this answer just to say we are doing something? We cannot order. The supplier must be the one ordering. Isn't it the case? Yeah. Because this is a procurement process and then it was awarded. So we should not be ordering around. The supplier is supposed to provide everything. Of Mati. We are not happy. And then there should be accountability. It doesn't stop with being happy. Procurement, you both, the two of you, luckily are here, review that award and get engaged with the relevant division so that you can write to the person that you awarded the tender to and say, we are not happy. And look at the agreement that you set up and say, what are the loopholes that we can use to say, but you are not delivering. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to know, will there be penalties imposed now on the contractors because of the delay? Because he is responsible to complete the project timely. Thank you.
The next point, agri-plots, we have already answered, is there, the Brents have answered, we are waiting still from Town Planning Board. Is it true?
Yes.
Still for the 3 years and how many months? I have asked for, Ms. PRO, we have asked for an audience with the Honorable Line Minister on these issues. It's in the Ministry of Moort where this division is. So we need to expedite that meeting so that they can tell us what is the problem. Just check if the minister is available, or maybe the deputy minister in the town, that a specific division.
Quickly, just are we at reports, eh? Is it now at point number 14?
What we are doing with the report is that this memo that I sent out to the office is the one that is bringing back the questions that was asked on the report, and then we'll go to the reports because all of them are in actual fact from the report. But when we finish this one, we are on the reports, and you have an issue on a certain thing, then you can post.
Apart from this that we already
Apart from
discussed.
this, yes. So the high mask agri-plots alienation project, the same thing. We need to finish that one also in April. April is here. We are not finished. Same thing, not delivering. Strategic, Rio Spa, just a brief outline of how did we go. The PRO, we went to works and we went to health, and we are away.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the strategic plan, I think...
Spa.
On Riospa. Riospa, we have had our consultations with Minister of Works, who has referred us to Ministry of Health. We have done that consultation, and we are now in consultation with Ministry of Environment and Tourism, and the two of us are scheduled for a meeting at Ministry of Environment and Tourism, which is tomorrow. I have not communicated this to you because it only was confirmed right now. So yes, those are the final stages of our consultations, because we are in search for the cabinet resolution regarding the title deed to be handed over officially to Rehoboth Town Council. That is where we are at this stage.
For more clarity to the public, Rio Spa the process was the title deed should have been signed over. But when the new administration took over under the new president, the new minister decided otherwise, or wanted to make it a recreational, is it a what center? Rehabilitation center, and we objected. Then we went to Works to say, we want the title deed. Then Works said, we are fine, we will sign over, because they are the custodian ministry. We are still fine, we will sign over. But go to Ministry of Health so that they can give us on paper that they are not any more interested in the rehabilitation center at Rio Spa. They sent us a text. We were pursuing them for 3 weeks, the ministry. We did not get contact. All we got is text, SMS that says, we know you did not want our rehabilitation, so we are not going to talk to you, or something to that effect. And then we went to the ministry last week, and we decided to sit while they were in a meeting and wait. And then we spoke to the Deputy ED, and the Deputy ED was very helpful because the communication did not go through. So he said, okay, we are fine. We have also looked at alternatives such as Slyport for the rehabilitation center. We are there. So we will just communicate the email that the Works want so that the title deed can be changed. Then that day we went again to, last week it was, to Works. And Works said now, okay, the minister wanted a cabinet resolution that says sign over. But there is only a treasury instruction. And with the treasury instruction, there is a code of the cabinet resolution, like the RDC resolution number. But they are trying to find the cabinet resolution itself. So we don't have in our documents, and they don't have in the documents. That's why we were referred now to Ministry of Environment, which will go. So we hopefully we will now by tomorrow engage that ministry, and if the resolution is not there, we will be able to push for a cabinet resolution because it was already there. So that is where we are with Riospa. Riospa is done. Strategic plan. The process of rehabilitation of the Riospa is ongoing, but to have the title deed in hand is our priority now. Then the strategic plan, Ms. Cassandra.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have had quite a few delays due to availability of everyone at a certain time altogether, but we are set for next week, Wednesday to Friday, to sit with the strategic plan. Thereafter, I will communicate a date to the councillors that following week, where we will sit with the consultant and go through as the full council. Then the consultants will consult with the community, finalize the document, and then we move forward. We can unfortunately not delay this matter any further because this has a contract period, and once that contract period lapses, we might lose out some of the money we already paid. Thank you.
So that is the strategic plan progress. It was delayed mainly because of the councillors, because the councillors needed to go to the induction to get a clarity on strategic plans and all those things. And now we are inducted. So we will now continue. Municipal accounts of the staff.
Strategic plan, we just have to notice, take note that that must also be submitted to the ministry because
Yes.
they also ask. They asked last in the previous council at Country Club. They asked how far are you with the strategic plans. We also have to submit it, so there's no room to extend it.
Staff municipal accounts.
Your Worship, a memo was sent out on the 17th of March to all the staff members to engage finance with regard to their municipal accounts. So far, 52 of our staff members have, most of them already had staff deductions. However, we are still engaging most of our staff, and we're going to do verification of the households where they are residing and if those households have outstanding accounts. So we are anticipating by mid-April, before the next salary run, we should have everyone who has outstanding accounts and even running municipal accounts on the staff deduction list.
Thank you.
And prepaid.
Councillors. Councillors. As accounts.
Yeah, councillors' accounts was shared with the office of the CEO and also the councillors. It was also submitted to the ministry. So the councillors are aware. We are giving you till the 15th of April to settle your accounts. And we also to accept installation of the prepaid meters at your residence where you are residing. So, Your Worship, your prepaid meter will come during the course of this week, before the 15th of April.
These municipal accounts of the councillors, most of the councillors don't have house ownership. I think it's only me, I think so, but I don't owe. If I owe, it's my wife, because she's responsible for that.
Then I think that is not what we want also for our councillors. Then the councillors must also receive, they must apply for Erwin, be approved, make sure that they move into their own Erwin and start paying their own utilities, because a councillor must be a ratepayer in Rehoboth. That is how I believe. So that is something for the council to deliberate on and decide. Award those Erwin, have them build, please, proper houses so that we can value them, so they can be ratepayers.
Councillor Dara, you are hearing. Councillor Dara owns property in other towns, like nice towns. I think that one is done. Then the Erwin in Block H, I've been talking to Freddie about that one. because it's a resolution that was taken by the previous council, and we delivered on every Saturday on the thing, and then all of a sudden GIZ was sent into that area, and those people are still waiting for those airmen. I've also asked the properties, the finance and the properties to maximize on payments and collecting on PTOs. Those people that are staying in a property but does not pay anything to the council. We must intensify that program together with PR, so that people must at least pay $500 or $2 to $1. But it's a lot of households, maybe 4,000 households, and we can say block Volkshuisvlakte, they want to pay. It's a process again. That is also a delay. Volkshuisvlakte and Burgershoek, it's a delay from the side of the ministry. So those are the things that we need to talk about when we go there. Then we are done with Lake Wanapon Hobasen. What is I think, Cassandra, what is our legal standing? Can you discuss legal standings here? No. Okay. Now, what is the standing of Hobasen and Lake Wanap?
If I may, Your Worship, Lake Anop, we're in the process of going out for an expression of interest for valuers to submit their proposals. So both these, I believe both of these properties will be included in that one process, with Lake Anop being the priority project. But we will ensure from procurement side that Hobasen is included there, so that both properties are valued, and if need be, in the absence of a valuer for general valuation role, that all other properties that are not on the valuation roll also be valued during that process.
Ministry is also availed their services to say how we can help you with the valuation because of our failed attempts. So we need to invite the ministry and use the ministry also in that regard. But it's an internal valuation especially for these two properties, so that we can get to a conclusion as to who's the owner. Are we going to sell? Are we going to whatever the conclusion is, because there is an opinion of the Attorney General of us on some of these properties, and we must finish this. I think that we are done. Then I would like to refer the council to the monthly reports. As we have 72 hours, we are assuming you did your thorough perusal, the English, and then you can only identify on what you want to ask from the report, so that we can continue. The chairperson already said monthly report, so it's done. We are in discussion. Is there anything we want on the monthly reports, councillors or administration? What is the issues that we want to say, want to report on? Lake Wanap is there. Number 2, Wanap Resort is there. Hobasen is also there. Private hospital is also there. What is the things that you want to ask, really? Play parks was in the community meetings. PRO, your office was dealing with that. We don't see any play parks in this town. Where are we there with that?
Thank you, Your Worship. The play parks was budgeted for during our previous financial year, currently also. But when I followed up with the engineers, the planning is done. The plans was sponsored by Helios Engineering Consultants. They have done it for us as part of their corporate social responsibility. The drawings, everything has been completed. CAREFOR SEPCE contractors has also sponsored us for the preparation of the site, which is the area between the four-way of Dr. Lemmer, Block F and Block A. That area has been, as part of a sponsorship, prepared by CAREFOR Investments, SEPCE. Yes, SEPCE. However, when I inquired, and the bill of quantities is also completed, When I inquired through Helios when the project can be advertised or request for quotations be advertised, I'm informed by email, and there's also evidence that procurement and finance department has listed this as a least priority area. So it is not listed under procurement as a priority area. However, we have again identified it as a youth development initiative, which was approved last month, and we will start it with the youth, which is also one of the projects that the mayor has listed under Block E, the outdoor gym. We will use these areas that we have earmarked for play parks as the outdoor gyms as a youth community development initiative. So the planning is undergoing. If the budget is approved, we will start. But with the permission of council, if instruction is from the mayor that procurement should list it as a priority item, we will start as soon as possible.
I need to correct. It's not the procurement that say priority area. It's, because of the cost cutting that the council said, these are priorities now. Because now we have to cost. But when we take it out of the budget, we can say we are budgeting for it, but we look at alternatives that you have said, of other companies or volunteers and whatever, then we can do it. But it's not procurement. It's the prioritizing is not done by procurement. Procurement just bring us the procurement plan, and then the council prioritize. Thank you. Anything else on the monthly reports, councillors?
Thank you, Your Worship. We are failing. We are miserably failing. It boils down to what our country is known for, having glorious plans, resolutions, and so forth. But the practical implementation is -0. Just a very small contribution from my side. And I would want to put this on record. I don't know why we started with the monthly reports, by the way, because it is made me so depressive. All departments should strictly, Your Worship, adopt a time-based planning framework. This is in the execution of their functions and the submission of these reports, the resolutions of council, because I feel that administration is making a mockery of this council, and I don't like that. I did not want to add on the high mast issue, because in the month of January, if I'm not mistaken, I had inquired about that already, and I was ceremoniously informed that only 14 days, and then the concrete of that thing will cure, and then we'll have the mast there. The continued practice of presenting reports, Councillor Kutsia, that reference future intentions and current developments without clear timelines and milestones and adherence to previously agreed upon timeframes is unacceptable, Your Worship. Such conduct does not only undermine administrative efficiency, Mr. CEO of this meeting, but renders council resolutions ineffective and inconsequential. In the following meeting, again I'm saying this should be put on record. In the following meeting, I don't want to hear about a report of what we are intending to when and where. We need to have timelines. And then there should be that decency to revert back and inform council that these are the hindrances that came to be. How can you, at the onset of the meeting, just a day after, now you are saying, oh, because council will be having a meeting tomorrow, let me quickly write and what today. And then that is acceptable. Not in my eyes. I detest that. And I wanted to put that on record. We'll deal with the administration if this thing becomes culture. Because at the onset we said, this incumbent council, we said it's business unusual. And I hate this tendency that's now become the culture of the Rehoboth Town Council. I won't be sitting here and hearing the same things over and over again. Otherwise, I'm not meant to sit here. Or you are not meant to sit there. And that's what the minister said.
Councillor Kutse?
Yes, Your Worship, I just want to find out quickly at the report on the matter that was advertised today, the notice. Did we now make a resolution on that 50%? Because we started now with the report but without a resolution. Can we go back then to that point and just make the resolution regarding it? I think it's point number 1 on the report at water. Then, Your Worship, while we're going that way to make that resolution, or can I continue after we make that resolution with on the? I have few, not a lot, just a few, very few questions on the report, and then Your Worship.
On the report, because we have the report that is now the CEO's report, and then we go to HR and
Yeah, it's on the CEO's report, point number 1, name water. Can we just make that resolution there on the what was then the notice that was given, just for it to have a formal notice, resolution number. Then Your Worship, I believe this report is also being discussed at management level, but I do not see the management recommendations when they discuss this report. The recommendation from management.
It's because it's a CEO's report, you will get all the reports first and then
Uh-huh. Oh, at the back. So that's the management recommendations then. Okay. Sorry, Your Worship, because I didn't see it on. Let me just make sure, because I was looking for the management recommendations on the report. Then I retract that one, but on the resolution of today's one.
on that resolution, there was a proposal made in management, and the proposal will be tabled by the chairperson of the management.
Should I then propose it while we're dealing with that here and now?
We're introducing it, and so that someone can propose.
Okay. So the idea behind the deduction was as follows. Having service delivery as the core mandate of local authorities and having the burning water saga, NAM water issue, and the ongoing installation of the prepaid water meters, we thought it wise to look at what are the reasons as to why we have this astronomical debt pertaining to water. And then we saw, yes, we have the non-compliance from the side of the community. We have the water loss issue. To some extent also maladministration. And so we thought it was that having, and that report that we had sent back that day would have better informed the resolution that we are taking today, Honorable. Because that report would have then said we have so many households that do not have water connections, and based on this, we are having that resolution in place. Marnoya. So we then thought it was that having a significant portion of our residents not having the first time water connections, this disenfranchises them from benefiting from the prepaid water meter installation, seeing to it that so many of our residents would not be able to pay that 3,700 for the connection. And that is why we thought it wise to recommend it to council that we come up with an amnesty of sort so that we can meet our people halfway. So this will now be running for 3 months as proposed. This will enable those of our residents that would have then initially paid the 3,700 to only pay half the price. Are we together? And also enable them to have water, because water is a basic human right. And we need to move away from, when we're talking about access to water, we are talking about potable, safe, and clean water. And also, at the same time, these residents would also be paying their monthlies, that would also better enable Rebo Town Council to be in a better standing to honor the payment towards NAM Water. So that is the background as to the recommendation that was made.
Sorry, Your Worship, is it that has been shown there? But where is that on the agenda? Page? Okay.
As I recommended in the report on the prepaid meters, if it's possible, if the council could maybe also recommend or approve the amnesty program for the waiving of interest for the next 24 months to be included in the recommendation on the CEO's report, if the council sees it fit.
Mr. Tron, we would want a really submission to that effect. I'm hearing what you're saying, but submission that is really clear and to the point, concise, so that we don't make rash decisions and then it doesn't benefit the council. So we'd really want submission on its own in that effect, because that amnesty has now to go to the minister also for approval. So now, if we don't have very brief, we you know the way you present it to in management, and then we have a paper trail. Then for that part, that is just my thinking, but I can must not propose in what do you think?
I just want to ask you the question on this management committee recommendations of the budget. Can we, if we now go back to the report, can we then add or amend additional points of what we are discussing now on this addition, or how do we go apart? How do we go? What is the way forward now on the report set on what we are discussing now?
It is minuted, and it will be now the resolutions of the council. But for if you go into the management committee recommendations, that is now on page 18, and then you have then you look at these recommendations and you really want to contribute to say, no, I don't agree with point 3, then you can say this so that we can amend or.
But what I'm asking you, Worship, on the reports, the monthly, this is the recommendations from the monthly report. So there's other topics that was not that we didn't discuss. So when we discussed now with the previous questions on point 9. So will that now be synchronized with this? And the current ones that we're discussing now, will they be added to this?
Okay, what will happen is that because this recommendation, this monthly report of the SCAPE projects, to say, it's an ongoing thing, it's coming from our time. So what we are saying is that you look at it and then we don't discuss it point by point up till 1 to 25. You are saying, well, let's discuss Obasi, because some of them were already discussed. And then now you look at point 5, and then you say, I want to discuss point 5. I want to think what is, and that's why the chairperson was saying, this cannot come again to another council meeting, because we are not delivering. It's coming from the previous council even. So we need to have time bound. That's what the administration was sent back with.
Okay. Then, Your Worship, at number 2, budget, that the management committee will be invited by the finance manager to view how the budget for the financial year 2026-2027 be prepared. What is the date that the management committee will be invited so that we can finalize that?
It was discussed by the Mr. Tron in this meeting to say, this is what we will do. Because now they will busy with the divisional budgeting. So because it is a process, they have decided with the division budget, then they will compile a budget for the council, which they will table to us. And when they finish, he said that we need to have all these processes, and then it goes to the next 2 weeks to the public. And then when it comes back, the amendments of the inputs of the public is taken into consideration, and it goes to the regional council, because you remember the minister was very adamant, 1st of May, it must be there. So these whole processes will be in the next 3 weeks, so that we can provide it, HRC, and then to the ministry. So the inputs, the consultations will continue unabated because the consultation process started already. There is a framework that the divisions were given. Divisions discuss, divisions give the input. Now they will compile, and by next week we will be presented. And while after we are presented, the chairman is the one that is to present the budget to the community, not the CEO. Because when the moment you adopt the budget as the council, it's either the chairman of the council or the chairman of the management committee that now has to present this budget as his own. Because the council adopted it. It now becomes, because now it's a divisions. When divisions give it to when they compile the administrative one, then it becomes the finance manager's budget. And when the finance manager present it to us, it becomes the council's budget. So the chairperson of the council must present. And after that, the input is taken, and then with that input from the community, it is presented again by the chairperson of the council to Hartap, where all the towns and villages will present, and then it was be submitted to the ministry, line minister. So that was discussed. So it just, recommendation stays the same. The process is ongoing.
Thank you. Your Worship, then my question will just be on the report. I will just have one point. Point number 19. Sorry, it's actually 2 points. Just point number 19 and point number 25. Point number 19, 19 says water is a reservoir for Block E. Increase the supply of water to Block E to curb water losses. Technical department. The appointment consultant Dunamis Consulting shall prepare a draft in looking at the rehabilitation of boreholes to supply own water to Block E by means of proper water purification measures ongoing as part of internal capital funding. Page 5. Your Worship, what is the cost estimation and the duration for this project that will need for it to be done and to be finalized? And can't we include, even if it's just partial Block B and C, if it's a reservoir on that area, because at that line there's already certain boreholes there in that line, in that area. So why don't we look at Block B, C, and Block E if you want to then work on a reservoir, a water reservoir?
Yes, I think with that one, this is also coming from our time.
Yes.
And it's because of internal funding. You have to look at where is the funding. Do we have funding? And now that we are cutting costs, it's becoming more difficult. We have to now relook at our procurement plan again after this, and then prioritize. The idea of this is to decrease the dependency of the town on NAMWADA, so that we can provide some of the towns. You remember, we are supposed to go to, I think it's Usakos or Omaruru, yeah, to benchmark, because they are not having really depths of NAMWADA, because they are using their own
water
reservoirs. So that was the we were supposed to go to on a benchmark. I don't know what happened, but we discussed it when we were meeting them. So it's based on own funding, internal funding. It's not a project that the ministry will fund. So it depends on to have the money now. So the whole reprioritizing of the procurement plan needs to be relooked so that we can prioritize these things. And this is one of the things that we can really say must be prioritized to do away with the debts of NAMWADA and dependency of thereof also. So therefore, it remains as is, and maybe we can add.
Your Worship, all that I want is not to say we have to start immediately, but I will just want to hear what is the cost estimation on it, so that the council can know, because this is quite very important. Like you have said, sometimes tariff prices goes up and then it becomes unaffordable. But this is somehow solutions that we can bring, whereby we can generate, also our council can generate money from the bowl water and put up meters.
The costing.
Yes.
Costing must be done, including Block B and C. That's what the councillor wants. Maybe we just add so that we can consider how we can do it in phases or immediately.
Yes. And then point number 25 on page 6, it's just a bylaws. Bylaws are regulated sections in Auditors are of the opinion that policies at financial still outstanding. To be able to obtain a reasonable audit opinions, various financial policies still need to prepare for the Rio Town Council to recommend by the financial consultant. Your Worship, this is very important as well. We have to finalize these bylaws because these bylaws will continue give us problems in disclaimers. So we really need to finalize these bylaws for our audit's opinions.
The bylaws, I think in terms of the bylaws, we were saying we do have a noise pollution bylaw.
Yes.
We have many other bylaws. But the problem is with the enforcement of thereof, and the community development strategic executive acting has already prioritized areas in terms of to how do we benchmark, in terms of do we employ a police officer, do we employ someone that will really go peace officers, and how do we, because it doesn't help if we have many bylaws but there is no enforcement. So that remains as is. And in the plans, I've also asked, I don't know, I've also asked all the divisions, because people are coming to work, Mr. Chairman. Can you switch off, Councillor? I've asked all the divisions for a memo in this council, because sometimes we are coming to work at 8 and we are leaving at 5 without doing anything. So I've asked, what is your plan for the month, this division? From that plan that you have indicated, what is your priorities? What free do you want to obtain in these 3 months, and what are the next free that you want to obtain? So that memo also went out from the office of the mayor and it was shared with the division. So there is a time that these divisions will have a full council meeting where they will table their plans of action and the priority areas as to, because we cannot just come to work, because we have to come to work. You need to deliver, and it's true that the chairperson said, so I'm not going to repeat that. It's and when he says something, he means it. So what you are saying, Councillor, is she will address it in her report.
Because, Your Worship, if I may, through the CEO, the bylaws, noise pollution in particular, yesterday my department we had a strategic meeting where we discussed the annual plan and the monthly plans. Due date for these plans, as per your instruction, is 15th of April, where all departments has to present to council. The noise pollution, we are looking at strategies of, like you have mentioned, peace officers, or how we will go about. Also, for a toll-free number, we received a cell phone today. That will be one of the strategies to address the reports. So the emergency services will attend to calls regarding noise pollution and other bylaws. One of the submissions that are due today that I will present to council is also to review the waste management that will be accompanied by bylaws once we have reviewed. So yes, we are busy with the bylaws. Once it's done, we will introduce, but bylaws cannot get active in the absence of peace officers or from the council to take legal action or enforce these bylaws to the communities in the absence of the respective staff or legal frameworks. So we are currently strategizing. It's part of the strategic plan, I presume.
Councillor,
Your Worship, maybe just advice or an idea. The Namibian Police has a reservist program where you have to work a certain amount of hours a month and then you get a force number. So if maybe we can incentivize our firefighters to do that, then once they have a force number, they can now enforce our bylaws legally speaking.
Actually, Your Worship, in addition, the Ministry of Safety and Security has a meeting tomorrow with all the recruits at our Captain Hermanus van Wykwal. We are also invited, or I'm invited to that meeting, but I will send one of the representatives from law enforcement. And we are also looking at how we can make use of these recruits to assist us.
Bishop, that was basically all from my side. It's just due to that because At the PPRC meetings, we normally hear that due to bylaws, the police cannot interact with people with illegal shebeens and all those because there's no bylaws and those type of things. But I see here also that it's recommended that the financial consultant comes so that we have all these bylaws for the auditor purpose also in place so that we can then submit. But yeah, we'll wait from the legal department on the bylaws. Thank you, Worship.
So we are moving the management recommendations without alteration.
Your Worship, just on what the Honorable Chairperson have mentioned, perhaps just that is something that we have to look into, what he just mentioned, to put it as a additional recommendation, because that must be in the recommendation because it's on the reports, regarding his view on how the reports must be implement what he wants to see next month in his financial report and the reports, the monthly reports. Just as an additional.
Point,
Perhaps
you are
can just
noting
repeat.
it.
Perhaps you can just repeat so that, oh, it has been, he
Minuted.
asked us for it to be.
It has been minuted. I assume it will be added to.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I propose the amnesty intervention for 50% payment for the basic water connection from April 2026 to June 2026.
You have to recommend all those recommendations together.
Okay, I recommend all those proposed.
Propose. Who is seconding? Councillor Justin. Okay. At 11 point, Councillor Dara, you seconded. All right. We are going to 11 point. Let me just go get my agenda back. 11.1.2, approval for the ring fencing of electricity revenue account, Alliance RTC, SPV, project account ring fence agreement. Cassandra, do you have it in your paper? The recommendations are there. You would rate it. Are we moving it? Are we amending it? Yes. It is on page 1 after 40. Page 1 after 40. Recommendations of the management committee. The chairman.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we have 11.1, previously 1, but now 1.2. And it's the approval for the ring fencing of electricity revenue account, Alliance RTC SPV project account ring fence agreement. Let us then go to the recommendations. Or let me do the a very short anadangasa. Well, Cassandra, are we having one house here? Okay. Ms. Kisting then.
This is a project that is coming from the previous council also. All right, brief background.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. So this project has been coming now for, I think, 4 years in the making, where council approved Alensi to construct a photovoltaic plant, a solar plant, and to provide the the Rehoboth Town Council with cheaper electricity once it's up and running. Now, pursuant to that approval and ministerial approval, we have entered into several agreements with LNC, one being the equipment rental agreement, the ring fencing agreement, and then council and LNC will form an SPV project, which is a special purpose vehicle project just for for the solar plant to be developed. Now, the ring fencing is necessary because it provides security for the financiers so that they can know that once this project is up and running and council is provided with a cheaper electricity alternative, that we can actually pay for that electricity. So essentially what this submission is asking for is the permission to ring fence the electricity primary account, which is already ring fenced, but then its main purpose will then be for the payment towards Alensi and NemPower exclusively. So we will not be able to take any funds from it or to subsidize here or there. Yeah, it will be earmarked just for those two payments.
Councillor Kutse?
Your Worship, is there any, on the recommendations, on the discussion now, as the recommendation management recommended, I don't see any, how does this influence the per unit, per dollar for Rehoboth Town Council? Was there estimation? Was there a figure being discussed on how will this improve the purchase price from NemPower? Because normally they will say you purchase now, not anymore for $1.20, but now you will just purchase for 80 cents, something like that.
Since Councillor Kutse, there was a presentation that was made to us, and then we approved that presentation. What this the purpose of this is just to, because when we look at the unit price, how it will influence, it will not be the same unit price 4 years ago, and it will also not be the same after 2 years, because when the presentation, it will always be under the basic NemPower. That was the principle on which we approve as the previous council this partnership. But this is subjected, what this submission seeks is to say that because our electricity is already ring-fenced, what we receive from our community cannot be used to pay salaries, for instance. Ring-fence just means it's for that purpose. It must maintain and sustain that specific purpose. So for our electricity is already ring-fenced. We cannot pay from the electricity quickly salaries because we cannot this month pay. So what they want is to say, once this is approved, it is subjected to ministerial approval, scrutiny from the Attorney General's office, because this is going to, it's ongoing thing. So after the step of approving this is already the SPV is already approved. So this is just to say we will always use these funds for this particular purpose, paying electricity to NemPower and sustaining our SPV. But before the final approval, before we say yes, or after we say yes, it will go for scrutiny to Attorney General. First, the minister must approve. Then it goes, because if you read on as 5 recommendation that says minister approve, subject to ministerial discretion and approval, and all our legal engagements of any other person, because we are we are juristic person as a council. So all our agreements with any party is to be scrutinized by the Attorney Generals to safeguard, because this is not our house to sell a pot that we have. So, and once it is approved, then even after the minister approves, the minister will send it to the Attorney General first, and with the recommendation of Attorney General, it will be approved. But the initial approval was already obtained in our time. This is just to say we don't want these funds to be used for when you need money to be taken and used. That's the problem why we are sitting in power debts and all that, water debts and what.
Your Worship, it's understandable. My question is basically on the basis, because it was done years ago, to refresh the community on what the benefits will also be to them, so that this is not just a technical explanation, because the current recommendation is very technical. So the public will not understand what are we doing. So we have to enlighten them again, just to refresh their minds, because this was done 4 years ago. And now we're on the finalizing it now on this period of time. How will this process assist them? Rightfully, we will not use this money to pay other departments, but we have to invest in the electricity department, because it's been ring-fenced only for electricity department. Enhancing, perhaps to say, this will assist us to bring more street lights, and we will enhance the network system of electricity. What is it? This is what we also have to just to share, just to inform the community on what are we doing with this type of project, and how will this project enhance. Because if you can recall, we also discussed about the pensioners on electricity, because at some towns there is assisting pensioners on electricity. I'm not saying we must, I'm just saying what is the benefits of this to the community, because the community must also see the benefit when we do it. Yes, Bigerman is to pay out the outstanding debt, but that's not a benefit to the community, because the community said we are 90% prepaid. So how did it come that we own Nampower? That's not their problem. So that's not a benefit to them. That's a benefit for the council to recover that amount, that outstanding debt. But what was the benefit for the community? And
Okay, Councillor, the purpose of the submission is what we are not supposed to answer. We cannot change anything about the approval, because that benefit was already discussed in and presented, because now we don't have that document you are saying. But what I can remember is below the Nampower price. But the purpose and what we are supposed to discuss here is the recommendations here, which says, are we recommending ring fencing? Because if we have to now go back, then we are looking at the application of which was already dealt with and approved by the ministry and all the attorney generals and whatever. But the purpose, our aim now is the submission of today. So can we move back to the recommendations? I understand what you're saying. I don't remember the specifics also. So which means if we don't remember the specifics, we must now go back, send this back, and then we must go back and get details of the approved by us in the ministry and attorney general agreement, and present it now here before we go to the ring fencing, which is the matter at hand.
that's not what I'm implying. On the background basis, I just wanted us to give proper background for the community, just to
We
understand.
must give that background.
Administration had must the background on the process, but this is all that I'm saying is, if you understand me correctly, I'm not disputing the point. This I don't have any problem with. All that I want is just to get how we came to this. This is the background that I'm just. That's the.
Councillor, can you give that back?
That's why I asked, can the administration, I have some of it, Your Worship, out of what we discussed previously, but that's why I started to say, because it was so long ago, we are coming back for the final stage, which is this now. For the administration, just to give a bit of a background, because there was a background given on this topic. I just asked, can they just give, so that the communities understand where does this come from? If there's a question riding on.
I hear you what you are saying, Councillor, but our aim as a council is to work on the submissions at hand.
Okay, no problem, Your Worship, I didn't retract.
Is there anything on the recommendations that we need to look at? It says, read the recommendations, please, Chairman.
We have 6 recommendations. The 7th is a referral to the council. Firstly, approves the implementation of the project account ring fence agreement with Alliance RTC SPV. Approves the ring fencing of the primary account for electricity revenue in accordance with the agreement. Number 3, authorizes the issuance of the irreversible payment instruction to the account bank. Number 4, approves the designation of authorized signatories subject to ministerial discretion or approval. Number 5, resolves that the implementation of the agreement be subject to consultation with and/or determination by the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development on identified governance and regulatory matters, and mandates the chief or the CEO to engage the ministry for guidance where necessary. 7th, refer to council.
Noted, councillors. Discussions, move or proposals and recommendations of the recommendation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will propose.
Proposal obtained. Secondment. Counter proposal.
Second, Your Worship.
Seconded. No counter proposal. We moved the recommendations as is. The next point is 11.1.3. 2. No, 3.
Final portfolio.
Give me the meeting back, Redika. Also, 11.1.3, the chairperson must move his recommendations.
Thank you. We have 11.1.2, which is the final portfolio allocation of councillors. I would want to go to the recommendation, seeing to it that we had the minutes way in advance and we have acquainted ourselves with the content thereof. The proposed portfolio allocation of councillors. Before coming to that, this portfolio allocation framework reflects the council's commitment to effective governance, accountability, and improved service delivery. It is a practical mechanism to ensure that Rehoboth Town Council operates in a coordinated, transparent, and development-oriented manner. And with that, we have the following 9 portfolios proposed. Firstly, community development. The portfolio chairperson is Councillor Dara. Secondly, the corporate services and council assets portfolio, where we have Councillor Novasis. Number 3, finance and budget oversight portfolio, where we have Councillor Kaup Kawango. Fourthly, the health, environment and sanitation portfolio, Councillor Kutsie. Number 5, human settlements and town planning, Councillor Kaup Kawango. Number 6, infrastructure and basic services, we have Councillor Keister. Then we have local economic development, where we have Councillor Khalisep, the mayor. And again, under public relations and intergovernmental affairs, we have Councillor Khalisep. Number 9, we have the public safety and disaster management portfolio, where we have Councillor Swartz. So if we look at those portfolios, we will see that it's only the mayor and the chairperson that has an additional portfolio. Seeing to it that the management committee, according to the Local Authorities Act, is there for financial oversight. The chairperson of the management committee has the finance and budget oversight portfolio, in addition to the human settlement and town planning. And the mayor being the voice of the council, the ambassador, is therefore at public relations and intergovernmental affairs, in addition to local economic development. So those are the 9 portfolios that are proposed with the aligned councillors, respectively.
Councillors, discussions. CEO, acting CEO.
Your Worship, the SE LED has a comment with regard to the allocated portfolios that has been communicated to her by the CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the chair, through the CEO. There has been a redirection by the CEO after consultation with the management committee, I think, and I was tasked to table the portfolios as per the votes as to the council for approval. So the listed areas for the portfolio councillors needs to be reviewed. And if I may be allowed, then I can maybe list the portfolios that we have already in place for the councillors to then nominate one another. I'm not sure, but I stand to be directed.
Ms. Peters, understand the votes. The reason why you are saying is the votes are already placed in the portfolios that was, and the budgetary allocations is made in such way. So the CEO advised that we change it. So the submission can be sent back then. Or should we discuss it, Chairman? Because the votes are budget in the budget already. When we came, we got them as such, and maybe we can align those that fit with each other.
Yes, in respect of time, Your Worship, and work that needs to commence that is actually being stalled by these portfolios, I recommend that we list it. I can name the portfolios and the councillors. Already it is allocated, but there's just the renaming of the structures. So I recommend that we finalize it today so that the portfolio councillors must commence their duties because we are delayed.
Yeah, I think we allow Ms. Peters to give a recommendation as per the communication from the CEO. And if the council sees a need to go back to the drawing table and just discuss it thoroughly, maybe a round-robin resolution can also be taken so that, in line with what she's saying, the councillors can start executing their duties in terms of the departments and divisions that fall within their scope with immediate effect.
The Honourable Mayor of the previous council has reserved the right to say he will oversee all portfolios, and then the allocation should be done to the councillors. That was the principle on which we were working. But he delegated the function of public relations to me, because it's a function of the chairperson of the council. So the principle on which we will allocate is that the mayor will be taken out of the portfolios, and then the other councillors will be, because he's overhead, so that the other councillors can, maybe you can propose and the councillors can discuss and see what were the votes. But because this is a move by the presentation of the report of the chairperson needs to allow the discussion, because he's carrying it through over to the council.
I would have wanted to know whether these portfolios are cast in stone, because a key aspect of administration is to speak to the needs of any organization, because the moment you do not speak to the needs, then you become a white elephant, because you are not addressing the issue. And I saw that when I came here today, the issue of the votes and so forth. But for continuity, I would not want to, as the mayor has rightfully stated, send it back, because there are already other commitments that we have made towards the community, and I, per se, am supposed to start with my meetings in Banov as of next week already. So if I send it back, then that will also hamper having those meetings and so forth. So I then second the proposal that was made that we just rename them and realign the councillors so that we can hit the ground running.
While we are at it, Chairperson, that it also includes the performance of the councillor on that certain portfolio, which will guide us to say if the portfolio under you is not performing, you are not actually performing. So if the portfolios are given and the administration is not executing, that it means you are not putting pressure. So it makes you look weak as a councillor. So Desiree, Ms. Peter, Ms. Councillor Kutse.
Just to add, it gives the responsibility for the council to also give a report with the work in line and also report on the basis when it comes to the reports that Honourable Kaup just mentioned previously. So then dates and periods will be then, because now it's your portfolio. So you have to give proper reporting on the issues at hand of the portfolio that you are running as a councillor, just making it more efficient and active for proactive.
And it also links with our cost cutting measures, because now if it is you have to travel, for instance, the council doesn't have to travel. The portfolio councillor who together with one more councillor can travel to that specific area where EDCC is filled. So all 7 of us don't have to go to that activity. So it like aligns with the cost cutting. Councillor, Ms. Peter.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have 17 portfolios, and the directive is that under these 17 portfolios, there would be one councillor who will oversee the activities of all the respective portfolios with the assistance of the nominated portfolio. I can answer.
If it was put here, then you would just say, put me there and put me there.
17.
Let's start. We are
Yes.
wasting time.
It's land management, housing, and properties. That is one.
And this new era, the portfolio
is-
of
yes,
human settlement and town planning.
Yes,
that
that's
part.
basically the names.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that counts. That is already headed by Councillor Kaup. So
Yes.
Can't Cassandra just connect us with the, or Desiree with the, then she can just type the name there, so
I
that
don't
we can
have
just,
it here. It was on WhatsApp communication.
oh, but can't you, okay. I think while you're reading from WhatsApp, just type it on the Word document on the screen, just to say land management, what, so that we can decide then from there onwards, which one will we want to. You can just open your Word document and you just type the name there next to it, what you see in the,
Justin,
have it.
Councillor Kutse, what we also had is the portfolios were
Yeah.
maybe 17, but we were having 2 or 3 councillors in one
Yes,
portfolio.
that's what I want to propose, Your Worship, because the process here, with the one that the
It
CO
means I have
sent,
to open my whole WhatsApp. Wait,
it's actually like
let me
water
look
sewage
for it.
and waste removal. It's under one. Then you can decide which the council can decide where does he want to fit in, which is much faster. And then you choose what you will do as a councillor.
Here.
Worship, it's always best just to prevent certain topics on, like on Facebook where it said that corruption or so. It's always best that there's 2 or 3 councillors in a portfolio, just to make it visible for transparency's sake. Otherwise, if it's just one councillor, it might look very shady, or appearance will not look good if it's just one councillor.
That's why I have mentioned, Honourable Councillor, that normally it's one councillor that oversees the portfolio, and then all the other councillors are distributed into respective. But there it is. But
Can all the councillors just indicate where you want us to be? But do we see everything?
These are now consolidated
consolidated as.
in groups, Mr.
But I think what, what Honorable Chairperson has done is that apart from us having named it as per the votes, he has structured it in such a way that it's departmental. So that's why I'm saying it's only a renaming, so that it aligns with the vote allocations, so that the respective councillor speaks to the budget and the strategic plan. So basically, technical services deals with electricity, street lights, water, sewerage, and waste removal. However, waste removal is now moved to community services under my department. So there it's basically what you have mentioned as
Okay, can we move?
So
I want to be here and here, that's what you need to say.
We are just waiting for the administration to explain, finish the meeting. We proactive.
yeah, and the only thing that the council probably needs to be mindful is that the departments has changed. We now have areas that was under technical services are now under economic development and community services. So the portfolio council for technical services would then distribute these two functions. Basically, economic development and community services and public relations is now a department on its own. So only just, but there is the list. Can we have the nominations, please? Electricity and street lights, water, sewerage, and waste removal.
Councillor Justin. So if there's street lights, we'll ask you. And water and what? We will publish these things so that we can say, ask the councillor, portfolio councillor. Councillor Justin wants to be there with two.
Councillor Janet,
Maximum three.
maximum 3.
Okay, so they are the next.
Next is recreation facilities, but we are renaming it to community infrastructure. That includes the Rio Spa, sports facilities, the community halls, and cemeteries, parks, and gardens. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jeanette, Councillor Dara. Then we have youth and sports, arts and culture, education and wellness programs. That's basically human resources. Youth and sports, arts, culture, education and wellness.
Those three will be there.
Youth and sports as Councillor Janet, Councillor Kaiser, Councillor Dara, Councillor Kutsia.
Okay.
That's basically youth, sports, recreation, arts, culture, education and wellness. Employee wellness.
You can only be in three councillors, remember?
Yes. Then we have roads, fire brigade, emergency services, safety and security, and technical affairs. But that is now moved to community services, so basically.
Needs to be there.
Okay. Councillor Gaup and Councillor Janet. Deputy Mayor.
Disaster is also there. Okay.
Yes. No. Roads, fire brigade, emergency services, yeah. Disasters that should actually be moved here. Disaster risk management.
Don't we remove roads to streets, street lights and sewage? Because roads should
That is what I was saying. The departments has changed now. So roads should then be moved to technical, which is the street lights, water and sewer. And then disaster risk management be moved to fire brigade, emergency services, safety security, which is basically community services. Yes. Then we have,
Sorry, Desiree, before you continue, just charities and social welfare should also move to youth and sports and
youth and
wellness.
sports, yes.
Yes, because then this one is cleared.
And the deputy mayor must be there.
Yes.
Yeah, charities and social welfare, that's also part of community services. Yeah. We have not, it's now fire brigade, emergency services, safety and security, disaster risk management, social welfare.
It's a big thing.
Yeah, it's community services. Deputy Mayor and, no, we did not have nominations. Council,
Others were already there. So it's only the deputy mayor.
5.
That's fine. The whole council.
Do you have the names?
Where do you edit? Is it edit youth and sports,
No, no, no. No, no, no. Youth, sports, arts, culture, education, and wellness is done. Social welfare comes here with fire brigade, emergency services, safety, security, disaster risk, and social welfare. Councillor Gaup. Disaster goes hand in hand.
The chairman is that the technical division is the one that really needs to up the game. So he is of concern that the sewerage, those things, the street lights, those things where we receive backlash from the community, that is actually supposed to be the chairperson of management, which is the administrative at the council. He must be doing that.
The first one, because this one is basically community services.
Your Worship, you are the chairperson of our normal portfolios, because we have to report management and council.
Okay.
So he's everywhere.
You will be chairing the committees then?
Yes, he's everywhere.
All the committees.
Yes.
Can you please minute as such?
Through me.
Did you minute it as such? All the portfolios will be chaired by the management committee chairperson, who will report to the mayor. Then we have cemetery, parks and gardens, sand mining, and yes, and infrastructure.
Okay, let's continue with the next one.
Cemetery, only one councillor. That's a big service. We have sand mine. It's cemeteries. We have 4 cemeteries, of which we are closing 1. We have a mushrooming of donation applications, which we are also closing down. We have reached our quota of donations. We are moving over to the new cemetery. We are also moving over to new strategies. I need more councillors.
Parks and sand mining and cemeteries, because they are maybe there's something for you. Parks, but someone can be a part of the
Councillors, let's finish, please.
So it's Councillor Keister and Deputy Mayor. Okay. Community services, it's now, I think this was PR. Public relations, stakeholder relations, investor relations, and marketing and advertising. This one is Biggie Roll. Mayoral office. Yes, because the fundraising will also be there. Alone.
Because I'm overseeing the small mayor functions.
So who's going to be the councillor for PR? Still the mayor? Okay. I'm just clarifying because I'm directly affected.
Fundraisers, you can come in also there. It's also
So
Councillor
Deputy
Dara.
Mayor, Councillor Dara.
Yes.
Then we have housing, agriculture, townlands.
There's human settlement.
Human
in town.
settlement
That is
and
Councillor
townlands.
Kaup.
Councillor Gaup.
We
Councillor
have 2 or
Justin.
3. Yeah.
Councillor Keister. Then we have finance department, administration, union affairs, and legal affairs. Your quota is full, Honorable. No, yours is still empty. You still have space. Councillor Jeanette, is Deputy Mayor the quota niet vol? His Worship the Mayor, MC Chairman, and Councillor Jeanette. Yes. Councillor Gaup. Councillor Jeanette. And then the mayor would be the overall responsible for, because it deals with legal affairs.
MC deals with legal affairs.
MC
Legal affairs.
MC deals with legal affairs.
Yeah, both of them, the senior chairperson and the vice chairperson. We're just asking, is there a duplication?
Because it's a legal matters is already they portfolio they need. So they must stay with it. Because legal matters you cannot take from management committee.
It is a management committee function. So it is basically Councillor Keister, Councillor Jeanette, and MC Chairman. Yes.
Okay.
Tago.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, honorable councillors. We will communicate the portfolios tomorrow, and the assignments will be going out as well next week.
Point 4, review of the Proposed by Councillor Justin, seconded by Councillor Kester. We are proceeding with the review of solid waste. I'm giving over to the chairman. .1.4, it's addition.
Request for council approval for the review of solid waste management strategy. Seeing to it that we receive it now only, I would want to read the purpose just to get more clarity. To seek council approval for a comprehensive review and strengthening of the existing solid waste management strategy, with the aim of improving service delivery, enhancing occupational health and safety, ensuring regulatory compliance, and aligning with sustainable waste management practices. Wouldn't it be wise that seeing to it that the acting SE sitting here, that she elaborates their own before we deliberate on the matter, Your Worship?
Granted.
Thank you, MC Chairman. Should I read through the whole? Okay, the submission deals with strengthening the existing solid waste management strategy with the aim of improving service delivery, enhancing occupational health and safety, ensuring regulatory compliance, and aligning with sustainable waste management practices. A brief background is, since I was assigned as the acting LED, I have reviewed the complaints that we have received in the past regarding our waste management. Also, recent issues or incidences that was reported when I went through the reports of the environmental waste management practitioners. There were waste collectors that are transported unsafely on trucks, often standing or climbing on waste that I've witnessed myself. January 2026 incident where a staff member fell from a moving truck, highlighting severe risk that I was also involved in. Exposure to liability, injury claims, and reputable damage, that is what we are facing currently due to that incident. Non-compliance is that the transportation of personnel, those are the refuse removal personnel, are subjected to unsafe condition, and it has also resulted in us, Town Council, having had a traffic fine because these people are sitting on top of this waste. And we are not supposed to transport humans with waste. It's unhealthy, it's a safety risk, and it's a huge concern to the public. Continued non-compliance risk, further penalties and legal consequences for the council. That is also our dumping site. We are not complying to the legal requirements. Then we have insufficient waste management practices. We have lack of waste diversion and recycling. There is recycling going on, but council does not have proper control on it. There is litter picking challenges that we are experiencing. We have lots of heaps and also we have skips, but we are experiencing challenges that community members are not dumping their refuse in the skip containers, and normally it's next to it. But also there is, because of what you call those things that they have to drive up, we don't have that. But in a nutshell, I have reviewed our waste management and I have also seen that it is costly to council. Our monthly expenditure on waste management is 253,900. Total per year is 3,046,800. So the review will not have a direct financial implication on council. But if we do not do it as soon as possible, that we are facing risk for compliance, we are facing risk of more danger to the public, and challenges within our waste management procedures. Therefore, I recommend through the CEO that Council approves the review of current solid waste management strategy so that we align it with the strategic plan that is to be reviewed. That Council directs the establishment of a task team to lead the review process, supports the development of a modern, safe, and sustainable waste management system. This one is because we have attended the innovation conference in Windhoek that was held recently, myself and Ms. Lupala, and we have seen that there was presentations from some councils that has waste management strategies. So we want to benchmark from these councils so that we can have an electronic waste management system where we can control our services.
It is
I shall
just
submit.
open for discussions, but the problem that I'm seeing here is if you switch off your mic. The problem I'm seeing is what I discussed with the finance manager. The Riebehof Town Council has a problem with operational vehicles in terms of trucks and graders and all those essential things that will maintain that is core to delivering our mandate is not in a good state. And I've discussed it with the finance manager and to look at a strategy to first finance the fleet. And he is working on something because our financial statements are now in order, so we can now go to banks so that the fleet can be sustained. So I think it's a good thing that we have to review. Even the councillors don't at the moment have a car because the car is breaking down every now and then. Fortunate because it's more than 10 years old, and a councillor is supposed to be transported in a vehicle that is less than 5 years. So the whole operation of this town council is hampered by inadequate fleet. So I think the consultation and collaboration should also be with the finance division when we review these things, because it doesn't help. Maybe also the technical division, because it should be a holistic approach. So I think if it betters our core mandate of delivering services, then we shouldn't have really a problem. Any discussions with Councillor Kutse?
As it falls now under one of my portfolios, I would propose so that we can review it. But Your Worship, I just want to be clear. This topic of this, we must understand the nature. When we increased the refuge removal tariff from 60 to 108, certain promises was made and it was not kept. And we really need to look into the fact that this will continue give us problems because the current structure and way of waste removal is not working for Riebehof Town Council. We have to admit we tried and it's not working. Therefore, let's go out and benchmark with what PRO said, but benchmark with upgrade of even the compact. Yes. Just imagine like what you previously said. The dustbins is there, the skip containers is there, but there's no vehicles for it. We have to do a proper planning on the whole waste management thing in order to come up with a proper thing. Together with the finance manager, together with the PRO. So I actually propose this. The details we will come back. Your Worship, the portfolio councillors will come back with a report. I propose this for now.
Councillor, while you are talking, after you have proposed, I was thinking in terms of we are paying 253,000 per month for this type of service. Imagine if we pay that 253,000 for our own trucks every month. We'll just like finish it off already. So the proposal is to review the solid waste, and I think you have already proposed, seconded by Councillor Kaiser. So review. The chairperson said You are saying review, general term, review, when, where, how, what time is the deadline?
Worship, by the next council meeting, the portfolio councillors who have the administration involved will come back and give a proper recommendation on the way forward with the relevant stakeholders in the council.
It was proposed and seconded. We are expecting a full report and full plan of action by next council, and then we must resolve. And then after the next month, there must be new tracks in whatever. What I need to caution against is that, this is my class, Cassandra. Give us my class and give it excellent.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to heed against a short timeline. We already have a lot on our plate. The strategic plan needs to be finalized. The budget needs to be finalized. There's a lot on our plate. So I would not advise that we commit to the next OCM, but rather to the OCM of May, which is more reachable, the timeline, and that gives us more time to prepare the actual proposal and submission to the council. For now, we truly need to concentrate on the strategic plan and the budget, because that is now yeah.
So in the meantime, the processes can go on, and then but the submission will be in the OCM after the next one. Yes. Yes. All right.
It has to align with the strategic plan as well as the budget. So we have to do this planning around the approved budget.
What we are saying is that by end of year, we must have nice trucks and nice things so that we look modernized. Also, I need to caution also the committee, the working committee, the standing committee for that solid waste. Let's not take employment away from our people again. When you are talking about that, consider how can we sustain those that are already working, especially those that are picking up the things now. So look at it, and then also when you come back, come with a clear plan that says it's an in-house project, or we are tendering it out. Come with nice objectives and alternatives. Thank you. It was already proposed and it was sustained. Seconded. Next. 11.1.45, authorization to implement.
Okay, so the subject bears reference to the authorization to implement and start the Riabo Let's Talk Youth Development Initiative and to establish the Mayoral Youth Development Fund. Again, saying to it that it's a initiative proposed by the acting SA, I would want her to elaborate more thereon.
Thank you, MC Chair, through the CEO. His Worship, the Mayor has already published his program during the opening. And this Let's Talk campaign is also aligning with the programs and projects of His Worship, the Mayor, or the Mayoral Office. Therefore, this Let's Talk campaign has already kicked off during the beginning of the year, where we have engaged with the various stakeholders, including the Regional Council and all other institutions. Based on our engagements with these institutions, we have now come up with a Riabo Youth Let's Talk campaign, which is a initiative to introduce the Rio Youth Connect 2026 Festival and Expo, and also the Riabo Mayoral Development Fund launch. So basically, I'll not read the whole submission, I'll just take the key highlights. The festival and expo will be the first of its kind, and it's aimed at providing a structured space for youth in Riabo to engage directly with education institutions, employment support services, entrepreneurship programs, agricultural development stakeholders, financial institutions, regulatory bodies such as the Business and Intellectual Property Authority, Namibia Revenue Agency, Social Security Commission, Environmental Investment Fund, Namibia Investment Promotion Fund, NEMPOT, DEP Marine, Fish Corps, and many others still to be listed. This initiative is to bring all these instances closer to the community of Rehoboth, to get them under one roof so that we connect, create, and grow the young people of Rehoboth. The youth development and empowerment is one of the key priorities of His Worship the Mayor. That's why this initiative is being introduced. The launch of the Mayoral Youth Fund will further provide direct support for youth-led enterprises, skills development, and innovation projects. The components of this initiative is, there are several integrated components, which includes the Youth Expo. This will bring together education institutions, employers, financial institutions, and development stakeholders. Youth opportunity clinics will introduce practical support in business plan development, marketing, job readiness, compliance, and compliance guidance, and also how to prepare proposals and take part in the programs and projects that are government funded. Agriculture and agro-processing platforms will promote youth participation in farming, value addition, and agribusiness opportunities. One such was mentioned by the mayor, which will kick off in August. So we are just creating a platform for all youth members to be exposed to the enablers, which is the agri-banks, the Namibian Investment Promotion Fund, and all the agricultural industries. The fundraising gala will then be hosted to launch the Mayoral Development Fund. That will be mobilizing financial contributions from corporate partners and stakeholders for the Mayoral Youth Development Fund, supporting youth enterprises, skills development and innovation, and also the program, also to fund the program that we are already having running, the Mayoral Bursary Fund. This we have already consulted and engaged with various stakeholders, and we have received positive feedback, hence this initiative. The Mayoral Fund Day is also one of the areas that was listed by the mayor in his programs. This will be promoting local economic activities, supporting youth enterprises, arts and culture, and generating additional resources for youth empowerment programs. RTC Arts and Culture Evening. This will be showcasing diversity in unity with various cultural and traditional performance and attires, drama and storytelling, specifically to cultures relating to Rehoboth. The components listed above creates a responsive opportunity to NTP 6, as well as promoting the mandate of council to create and promote enabling environments and branding the town of Rehoboth for a new dawn, which is a coordinated local economic development and community service platform to strengthen youth participation in Rehoboth's economic growth. Recommendation for council to approve the hosting of the Rehoboth Youth Let's Connect initiative under the slogan Connect, Create and Grow. Approve hosting of the Rio Youth Connect Festival 2026. Approve the establishment and launch of the Mayoral Youth Development Fund and fundraising gala dinner. Authorize the LED and Community Service Department to coordinate and manage the initiative. Authorize the mobilization of sponsorship and stakeholder partnerships. Approve consideration of external marketers and event planners through requests for proposals, requests for quotations through procurement with involvement of the user department of procurement, if procurement requirements are exceeded, which is the threshold of 15,000 is exceeded, then it goes through procurement.
Councillors, before it was discussed in depth, there are various opportunities that, especially when you are from Rehoboth, you are not exposed to. And I've just talked to, I don't know if I have to mention him, I've talked to Mr. Loxton, and he informed me of a brilliant agricultural project whereby you just go to Minister of Agriculture and then you say, okay, can you give me 5 cows in one bull, and 90% of that thing is paid by the government. You just have to have 10%. These are projects that are out there. People knows about it. Now the idea is to bring those institutions at a certain date to Rehoboth with stalls, and so that the information can reach each and every one of us. In our youth, what is very important, what the opposition leader, McHenry Venani, today was adamant about in the SONA address was to say youth employment is an issue. And while we are at that, you must also look at ideas. How do I bring this youth to let's talk? How can I engage him? And then you don't have to just focus on these programs, but you have to find means as to how can I get them closer? What do they like? What do they engage in? So the idea is very comprehensive, and it interlinks. So I've also said to the team that is working on these programs that Rehoboth Town Council should not be the sole sponsor of at least 40 to 50% must come from sponsors that we seek out. It should not be a Rehoboth Town Council expense thing. We should go out there and we should source funding and we should host these events so that our youth can. There's so many opportunities that we don't know. Just imagine if you take 70,000 from Ministry of Agriculture, if there was 5 cows in a bull, is 70,000. You are expected from on the onset to just pay 10%, which is 7,000. So how many groups can we empower to become young farmers in our society? So we're looking at these options, how to empower, because we cannot give all of them employment at our institution here. So we need to look at ways how we can really empower them so that they can sustain. And so that is the idea of these programs, and to empower them, and also to open and show the doors and push them if they need to. So that is but this needs to be approved by the council, and the council needs to, because our act says mayor can say anything, but it should be in consultation with, we are not executive mayors here. It should be in consultation with council. This is the consultation, let's consult.
Okay. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before we come to the proposing part, I love number 4 of the recommendations, and it was good that Your Worship, you have made mention of that, the financing part, because I was listening keenly to that. But I have to applaud the acting SA. Just the other day I was thinking about, we are saying that 71% of this country's population is beneath the age of 71 years. But then what are we as leaders doing to guarantee the future of this majority? If we have youth empowerment not as a pragmatic approach but as rhetoric, it sounds so nice if it's made mention of in speeches and so forth. Just on the other day, Independence Day, we heard about youth empowerment, and now we'll have to wait for another public holiday to hear about that again. And to see that such an approach comes from the Mayor's Office, the Community Affairs SA. I would want to make mention of the following 2 or 3 smithereens of advice. We need to know that there are so many young people out there that have the potential, first and foremost, that are enthusiastic, that are very smart, either academically or streetwise. But just because we are denied positions of privilege, we do not transcend to the highest of self-actualization. And networking is one of the key ways that we can explore. And I'm seeing so much networking and gaining insight and hearing from the masters of the industry that are there. So I don't think, and I'm not dictating, but I don't think that any councillor here would kick this bucket over. That's all book the evangelistic councillors. So I love this. I like it. The culture part, when I heard that, I got my stories, 2 or 3 of them. I have them already in my medulla oblongata that I would want to share, because from the onset, I had said the following. I said when our inauguration was here, even though it was a formal occasion, I did the traditional salutation, and at meetings I've been doing that, and that's a way of creating a tolerant society. We need to appreciate each other's cultures. I'm saying that time and time again. And the other day when we had a presentation here, I said that there is a saying by the former president of South Africa. He said that when you speak to a person to a language he understands, it goes to that person's heart, mind. But the moment you speak to that person in his mother tongue, it goes to its heart. So we need to have a pro-youth agenda. And I love the wording that is deliberately used here. Connect, create, and grow. I love this initiative. I would want us to start with this as a matter of agency, but also look at other avenues that we can explore, more especially for our demoralized youth, because the word on the street is not that rose-colored, if I may put it as such.
Councillor Tara.
Thank you, Your Worship. The MC chairperson has spoken, but unfortunately, Mr. MC, I'm that councillor that wants to kick this off. Sorry. No, that was just on a lighter note. You know, head to the acting CE. I also really wanted to just applaud, because as I was reading through this, my heart got warmed, and the blood in my veins, they are already stirring up for this, and it's a really good initiative. I love it.
Thank you, Councillor Tara. The Councillor Justin, Councillor Kutia.
Proposed and seconded unanimously.
Any councillor that has any objection before we adopt as was proposed by? No councillors, and so the senior councillor has spoken.
So the proposed dates was, this is a week-long initiative that will kick off on Sunday, the 26th of July, and will continue until the 2nd of August. And we have already brainstormed and lined up events that will take place during this week. So we just need to now, with approval of council, engage the listed institutions. We have not engaged with them formally yet, and then send out our invitations. So if we have approval now, and also approval that we can start planning without the minutes and decision circular to be out, we are already ready.
The problem is we need to be very careful when we are doing these things. We need to keep the council abreast of every step. As long as the council has the information, we are here now, we are going where. Because the council is wary of good paperwork and output. So basically there is no problem of the planning, but council needs to be kept abreast. This is where we are for this week. This is where we are for the next week. And it interlinks with also the portfolios that you are saying. You cannot have, because it's a mayoral project, you cannot have youth and you don't have the youth councillor on that. You cannot have education and not have you cannot have a land because agriculture speaks to it, and then not have the portfolio involved, portfolio councillor involved. So those are the notaries that you need to note. Yes. All right, thanks. Then is as such, we continue with 11.1.6 proposed mayoral cleanup. That is already in the program already, but we give over to the chairperson.
Item 11.1.6 says it that there is a proposal for a mayoral youth cleanup campaign running April to May 2026, and also refuse bins distribution campaign. Again, through your worship, the mayor, I would want to give to the SE to elaborate.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is the new kid on the block. I will start with the first instruction by the management committee that was to do away with the wheelie bins. The instruction was clear. We don't care how you do it, just make sure that the wheelie bins are out of the yard. So we have come up with the waste bin distribution model that will be running from 9th April to 9th May. Refuse bins are currently priced at 1,000 Namibian dollars. And we initiate to offer 30% discount amounting to $700, rewarding residents in good standing while providing accessible payment options for those with debt, with high debt. Terms and conditions will apply, of course, through the manager of finance. This model will improve waste containment and support sustainable household level waste management in the selling of refuse bins that are stocked up in council. Basically, the category incentive tier would be, eligibility would be accounts that are not in arrears will receive 30% discount, which is $700, which we offer a 2-month payment plan. The relief tier is now accounts that are in arrears, we will request a 30% deposit, which is a $300 deposit, and a $233.33 per month for 3 months for repayment of these refuse bins. We need council approval for this campaign to kick off tomorrow, because end of the month is in 2 weeks. And I do not want to be held accountable by the management committee chairperson that the bins are still in the yard. And then the other one is the cleanup campaign that the mayor has also under his projects. That is the youth cleanup campaign that we envisage to start on 22nd of April 2026. Details of this campaign will be communicated through the various radios. It will be a community-based approach, and basically under the theme Clean Where You Are. It will be, the kickoff of the first campaign will be in Block E, and from there we will have weekly campaigns in the different blocks. So the strategies and methodologies will be communicated through the different platforms. And for this, we need the steering committee would basically be His Worship the Mayor and the portfolio councillors. The technical lead would be PR, Economic Development and Solid Waste Division. And then we'll have all our internal stakeholders. That means basically all the departments and sections and divisions. And then external stakeholders will include the business community, who we intend to approach for sponsorships, the schools, and the junior council. Resource mobilization, we need refuse bags, protective equipment, we need cleaning tools, we need branding. If there are companies out there who want to sponsor us t-shirts to brand their companies. Previous campaigns, who has, especially SPAR, has been very supportive and sponsored us refreshments for the people that participated or the volunteers. So that is basically, but we'll communicate through the various radio stations. This youth cleanup campaign will kick off, as was mentioned, on the 22nd of April and will continue until May. Thank you.
Councillors, for discussion, refuse bins. There's a proposal. What is our take on the proposed incentive? And are we going to say with that? There was also a proposal the councillors had under review, a meeting with the committee that we discussed. In taking that in also in consideration, what is our stance on this matter? Should it be given to the... I'm just scared in terms of the refuse bins. I'll just say what I need to say because I am not supposed to sway or move into a direction. I'm just to facilitate the meeting. For me, the review spends in the current state of our solid waste removal, waste removal, it doesn't connect. Because if you give the refuse bins to whoever, what will happen is that they will come in, they will throw the thing inside after removing the refuse. But this is a plastic, most. It might break. I don't know the practicality of it. I don't know. But the councillors, after consideration of what was the suggestion, and also what the council staff put on table, what is sure, we need to discuss quickly. I think the cleanup campaign is something that we need to do. But then with that also, it's not about the people only that will clean up. It's about the fleet. Even if we clean up, last time we clean up and then the bags were sitting there for 5 days. So if we don't have the lorries and the whatever, so the engagement should be with all those people before we can start. Councillor Geister.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's actually a question, the first one, to the official. Ms. Peter, I missed out on that one. The $700. How the residents are going to pay. Is it 2 months payment, 350? Which I was thinking, if it's like that, it will be an issue for the residents, as they are already complaining for the rates and taxes, the 340 actually. It will add up to that for these 2 months. So we can see into it to maybe make it for them 4 months at least to reduce the amount they are going to pay. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Councillor Kaiser. Any other councillor? Two proposals attend. You remember the presentation that was done, and then this one. We need to stabilize and get one in order, or maybe to consolidate both.
Maybe whilst we are waiting for response, as the mayor has mentioned, the refuse bins, we did have a discussion also yesterday as part of our planning, and the environmental health officers will launch a campaign how to take care of the bin. So the PR office has started today compiling, the conceptualizing pamphlets that will be distributed, how the community will be educated as to how to take care of the bins, also to make the refuse collection easier for us in the absence of the trucks, because currently we don't have trucks. So the message is to not throw in the refuse directly into the bin, but rather to put it in plastic bags where it's easier for us to pull out. So that communication will be out maybe by next week, because we have started of conceptualizing already this morning. And for the month for payment, we can unfortunately, Honourable Councillors, not move from 700 because of financial implications, but the payment period we can definitely reduce.
Councillors, we need to get a final thing on this before we move, because we only have 30 minutes, around 9:30 we're supposed to finish. Councillors, in the absence of any contribution, the chairperson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you once again for is it the Community Services? Let me see, what's the full name of the department? Community Services and Economic Development. Just the other day I said that the legal department is my favorite for now. But I'm seeing that the Community Services Department is now blazing the trail. Very proactive and forward-thinking. This is, as the acting SE has rightfully stated, a response to a recommendation made by the Management Committee. Because we say that those bins should see the way out of this yard. They cannot be here and grazing the stage forever. So it's one of two things. Either you are part of the problem or you are part of the solution. Yes, we found the bends here, but councillors, we need to take a stance on that matter. And then we need to be bold and brave and stand by that word. We are seeing that, I'm seeing that there is a good standing. I would have wanted to hear more about who is in good standing and what that good standing means. But for me, the incentive is quite appetizing. If I'm not mistaken, at the residence of the deputy mayor, I saw that the pen is there already. I want to punch myself for not having that pen. Because I'm not preaching, I'm preaching, but I'm not teaching. And it's not right. Councillors, we need to get those pens. As a matter of agency, we are leaders, and leaders are trendsetters. With that being said, before I come to the Woolly pen issue, the cleanup campaign, why is it called the youth clean-up campaign? I'm sensing that this is more of a community approach, but I don't know why it's called youth. I love it, by the way, and I don't also know why it starts in Block E.
If I can maybe respond to that, we have 3 or 4 proposals from young people who wants to clean the town. And unfortunately, or fortunately, those youth members are residing or coming from Block E. So the initiative is coming from Block E. That's why we said, let's start there.
It's good that you have made mention of that, because I do not want to be seen as being part of a council that is pushing agenda to one side of the town. So seeing to it that we have all systems go in Block E, by the look of things, we'll be starting there. That's good. For the Willie Benz, I want to make a proposal. I want to make a proposal that we second this and then this recommendation and we take it from there. Because in the absence of that, those pens are still here and we're seeing them every day. And then they are doing nothing. The moment they are out of here, they'll be doing the intended purpose, and then council will also be generating revenue. And it comes as at a what? Reduction of price already. So I am for that, and I propose that we second the recommendation.
The chairman can propose, because it was addition to the agenda for the council. It was not management.
Your Worship, while the chairman is proposing, let me quickly just add before I second. It's good that the price has come down a little bit even, and it will also be good if, like Councillor Christa said, it should be paid off in a prolonged period of time. And then I also want to add that when the woody buns are out of here, before we are getting woody buns in again, let's get the compressor, what is the truck, compactor, let's get that one first in, then we can get woody buns again. And so I submit and second. Thank you.
It is moved as such. What counter proposals? Any counter proposals? None. Recommendation is moved. Let's continue to 11.1. Is it done? Department of Finance, that is in camera. What? Is it the financial of the month? Third, 11.2. Okay, Department of Finance, conditions exemption waiver of rates and taxes for certain public benefit institutions. the spelling there. Terms of Section 75 of the Local Authority Act 1992, number 23 of 1992, conditional exemption waiver of rates and taxes for certain public benefits and institutions. These are to waive application in that regard. All right. I'm giving over to the chairperson.
So under 11.2.1, the purpose of the submission, just in short, is to request council to consider and approve a resolution in terms of section 75 of the Local Authorities Act number 23 of 1992, as amended to allow for the conditional exemption or waiver of rates and taxes applicable to properties utilized by qualifying public benefit institutions, such as schools, hospitals, clinics, and other public service institutions, subject to formal application process and strict compliance with prescribed conditions. With that proposal, the following recommendations was made. Firstly, approve in terms of Section 75 of the Local Authorities Act 1992 as amended, allowing for the exemption or waiver of rates and taxes for qualifying public benefit institutions within the jurisdiction of the Riebehof Town Council. Secondly, to approve that such exemptions shall only be granted upon submission of a formal application and subject to the conditions outlined in this submission. Authorize the administration to develop and implement a formal application form, which was done already, and administrative procedure to manage the exemption process. Fourthly, in order for institutions to be considered, they must be situated on an institutional ERF or have obtained consent from council to operate on normal residential ERF. Recommendation 5, that all churches in town should apply for a fitness certificate at the Riebehof Town Council, and it has therefore been referred to council.
Councillor Kutse.
Your Worship, my question is here based on whom qualify for the formal submission for schools. My question is this also include private schools? I understand the government schools because it's free education, therefore it's feasible. But private schools, who is getting income revenue, is this exemption also for them? And private hospitals, is this exemption also then? Shouldn't we, if it is, no problem, but if not, we just have to recommend as such.
The Local Authority Act and its subsequent regulations indicate who should benefit from this. So it's very clear in the regulations of the Act that, but there is churches automatically qualify, but the Act prescribes that there should be application. So this is usually a yearly thing that comes to council before the budget is approved, so that by the time when the budget is approved, some churches are constantly applying because they know of the provision in the Act that exempts them from rates and taxes. I think the schools are already exempt from rates and taxes. That's why they need to pay only the utility bills. But it is clear in terms of the regulations of the Act who is to be considered. But in the Act it says by application only. So we are just taking a resolution in general. But if they don't apply, it doesn't mean automatically. It means if your church doesn't apply, then because it's a church, it should receive. There's a period of time, and I stand to be corrected by the acting CEO, period of time where the municipality or the local authority has to open for that application period. But if the church doesn't apply, in the church, when it applies, there are conditions such as you should be a member of the is it the CCN or that? And there are also churches that are run from houses, already in contravention of the noise pollution, for instance, which is our bylaw. Next to your house, there is a loud noise, and it's a house, it's a residential area, and there is a church. So those are the things that we need. They cannot apply. They don't qualify. I'd say.
Your Worship, you must punish Councillor Kutsia. He did not read his agenda. Because the proposed eligible institutions in the submission says that the following categories of institutions may apply for exemption: public educational institutions, government schools, public vocational training centers, public higher education institutions, state hospitals, state clinics, registered non-profit medical facilities serving the public. Private schools do not fall under public benefit organizations because they make a profit. Yeah, so, but I'm just answering the question, Councillor Kutse. So they do not qualify, private schools don't.
Okay, and now what the acting CEO is saying is, are we opening a period now? Or are we going to say, because it's a limited window, because this has to now go to the budget, isn't it?
Yes, it goes to the budget, Your Worship. However, this resolution, in the absence of it being cancelled, we continue year by year because we're just approving this general approval so that we have it year by year, but the application should be annual. They need to come and apply every year so that we make sure that our OMAs, including schools, are in good standing. It is also written there in the submission. And all these public benefit institutions need to be in good standing with the council because we're already exempting them from rates and taxes so that they qualify for this exemption.
Councillors, Chairman.
Councillor Kutsia, why are you conflicting yourself? When you were giving your recommendation, if I may put it as such, you said that public schools as well as private should be at par with no discrimination between the two. That's what I understood. You were saying that if this applies to public schools, then private schools should also be considered. Wasn't that what I heard? Because now when there was mention made of the fact that, no, you did not read your agenda, because it's explicitly making mention of public, you said, oh, that's what I'm saying. So now I was of opinion that initially you said that private schools should also be, and that should be on the record, it should be clear. Because I heard you saying that private schools should also be catered for, while the recommendation is only making mention of public.
The chairman
So
must
isn't it
address
what you
the
say?
chair of the council and not
Through the chairperson of council, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Kutsia, just to come in again for clarity purposes on that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Worship. May I respond?
Yes, Councillor.
I really don't want to waste time to say, please play the recording. What I said is, what I ask is it only for public schools? Because there's also private schools. Because public schools it's a free education, that's what I mentioned, but not private schools. They are getting income. So on the recommendations, it's not clear who and who not. I read through and I only read about private. So on the recommendations, and to be clear to the community, because there's private schools and private kindergartens within our town, make the recommendation clear that it's only certain that can qualify for the exemption, not every school, because it says schools. So I'm just actually trying to say, exclude on the recommendation, private hospital, private schools. That's what I meant.
Noted, Councillor. Again, let's just look at who qualifies, because it is clearly regulated in the regulations and also in the Act. So the implementation of what we are saying will be done in by the technocrats, which will use the Act as a guiding tool. So therefore, the recommendations is moved as such without objection. If there is objection, no objection. Proposed. Okay, Councillor Navases and Councillor Kutia. Then we move on to 1.11.3, Department of Corporate Affairs and Human Resource Development. Guidance, what am I supposed to do now? But my thing is saying something. Okay, it's Department of Infrastructure, Town Planning and Technical Services. Then I direct the following 1.11.4.1, 11.4.2, 11.4.3 to the chairperson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under 11.4.1, we have a request for a 2026 and 2030 general valuation role in terms of Section 66 of the Local Authorities Act, Act 1992, as amended. This is a long time coming. The current valuation role for Rehoboth Town Council, which is also known to a newborn baby, was approved by the Valuation Court in 2013 in terms of Section 68(1) of the Local Authorities Act. The valuation role became effective after approval and lapsed in 2025 for a period of 5 years. The submission serves to seek council approval to call for an expression of interest and appoint a fit and qualified valuer in terms of Section 67(1) of the Local Authorities Act, who shall be responsible for the valuation of all rateable properties and prepare a provisional valuation role containing the following: property description of such rateable property, name of its owner, size or extent, and the total value showing the land value and improvement value on such land. Thus, the recommendations reads as follows: that approval is granted to carry out the general valuation of all rateable and non-rateable properties situated within the local authority of Rehoboth for the next 5 years, 2026 to 2030, in terms of the provision of Section 66 of the Local Authorities Act. Secondly, that approval is granted to appoint a qualified and experienced valuer in terms of Section 67(1) of the Local Authorities Act, and in accordance with the Procurement Act of 2015. That property division, legal and finance take the lead in the process to ensure that the resultant role is useful to council. Fourthly, a checklist of deliverables. There seems to be an error. Be drawn up for the process of general evaluation in accordance with the Section 66 and 67 of the Local Authorities Act. That the legal officer makes sure the previous valuer's contract is legally concluded. Also, that an interim valuator be appointed for Wanob Resort and Hobson Montana Lodge while the process of the general valuation continues, referred to council.
Discussions? We have also been accorded, because of the past experience, we have been accorded assistance by the line ministry to say, let us take you through the process so that you cannot make the same mistakes. So I think bearing that in mind also. Councillor Kutse?
Mine is only that this initiative, when we start, that proper through the peer office, so that people can just properly understand if they object, that what is the processes that they have to follow as the community on this valuation. Just let it be totally transparent and the process, so that we can avoid loopholes or unnecessary mistakes from our side. So I'm glad I'm hearing that we've been assisted by the ministry. But you just have to follow that, because from last experience, that was, if you can remember, that was actually problems that a valued ridiculous prices. So let's avoid that. But if a community member objects to that, then that person must bring his or her own valuer to prove that the valuation is not done correctly by the qualified experienced valuer. I just
Yes.
want to follow that process correctly, not this time.
The councillor is speaking out of experience. In terms of what the Evaluation Act is saying, we need to follow the process through, and I think it starts with procurement. Let's look at what is the experience. Where did this, when we are awarding, due diligence should be done. In assistance, I think with what we did with the, what is this, the prepaid meters, you had a task team of from the ministry, and you had also from the bulk service provider, NamWater, and then from us. Maybe if we look in terms of a task team that includes those ministry also, the ministry, so that right from the start, the procurement process will already be supervised sort of by the ministry, and we take a reputable and an experienced valuer, and then that we tick off in what the councillor is saying in terms of taking the community along, because you must remember the community must be shocked. We must be shocked, not community, as we as ratepayers must be shocked, because the last time we were having valued property, or the valuation roll was 2013. So if it's like more 20 years, so 13 years. So we need to look at the process needs to be very accurately and precisely and concisely be checked, and the community needs to be taken abreast of every development, like Councillor Kuchia is saying, we are here now. This is where we're going next, and checklist, but it's also in the recommendations to check. But I would really want to emphasize the fact that we must take along the ministry as part of the task team, if possible, because they have offered, don't do this without us. They did not say that. They said we are availing our services to you. So the recommendations, is there objections, if there are amendments, if there are alterations? None. So unanimously. This was what you say. No. Then we continue with the next point. It is not clear for me, or the interim valuator to be appointed for OneUp in Hobson. Is it? It's a resolution on its own previously in this meeting was. Okay, so we are starting with that process already. And then so that, because what we need to do is this needs to be finished. Interim valuation is that process is running, and this is a general valuation. You take note. 11.4.2.
It deals with the amendment of Council Resolution RTC 11/1011/09/2025, the 7th OCM. Removal of illegal occupants on Townlands 302. The purpose of this submission is to request the administrative management to recommend the amendment of Council Resolution, the RTC 11, the 1st of the 9th month 2025, the 7th OCM, to expand its scope to include the removal of illegal communal farmers occupying Townlands 302 with livestock, in addition to the eviction of illegal structures. The amendment will further enable Council to seek a court order authorizing the removal of illegal occupants, their structures, kraals and livestock from the Townlands. and you will follow the recommendations. That the submission be put on hold. Secondly, that Banov community be served with a camp nearby Banov for backyard farmers. Number 3, that a consultant be appointed for land auditing, and therefore it was referred to council.
Councillors' discussion. This is a resolution that the council took to say all people that are on the, you remember the famous council resolution that says all people that are legally, illegally, they are just there. They must get contracts. And we were kicking and screaming, why legal, why, you know. But this is to seek redress. We cannot just give, because people have applied for town lands and that they are waiting for the right procedure to be put on a land. But now I've decided I'm just going to squat on, is it squat? On Camp 6. And then the resolution is reading, all those that are on the camp must get, what is the contracts? And me that is waiting in the, doing the right thing, waiting in the list is missing out. And this person that goes squat is becoming now legal. So that was the problem in essence. And that it created a lot, but this was to redress that. But then the management committee advised that we need to know who is on the camps first. Why is this person? Some of the people that are on the camps doesn't even have animals anymore. They are subletting, is it subletting? The camps to someone else. So this audit needs to be done. Some of the eligible owners have, or the tenants have, are in breach of contract, such as, for instance, the initial application was done by the husband passed on, and then it was passed on to the wife, but the wife passed on, and then our contract is saying it cannot be transferred to the children. But there are such community, such members on our townlands. Some townlands have only 2 occupants, because it's a private farms. It has become private farms. The council is locked out of the gates. In some of them are keeping 100 cows, which results into a commercial kind of farming, while others are keeping 2 because abiding by the rules of the council. Some have built structures. There is at this site, there is a lodge type of structure where the tires are. When you go on this side to Windhoek, where there is a lodge type of structure, who gave the approval? What is the contract saying? The contract is saying you might not, without approval, construct permanent structures. There's a lot of permanent structures in our townlands that is constructed, and there's no say. The council has lost control of its townlands. And it's because of that the recommendation is coming before we can repeal this ridiculous sort of resolution. We need to know what do we have at our disposal. Are we having enough land? Someone must go and check for us. Is Camp 1 the right person? Is it sitting there? Does he have a contract? How did it come to the camp even? And then we have to now really get order into those camps. So I usually don't like the consultant part. I believe that we employ people, we employ town planner, or is it town lands administrator. So if that person cannot do the job, why is the person there? He is supposed to audit the town lands most, but the recommendations are of such. So what are we doing at the moment? We don't have a senior town land administrator. So for that, I understand maybe that's where the consultant is coming, because the post is vacant and we cannot really employ because of our cost-cutting measures. The only measure we are looking is interns or graduate interns to fill that post, and we cannot really do that with So maybe it's that logic that the management committee recommends. So that is just to give you a brief background as a previously serving councillor, why we come to where we are. Councillor Gutierrez.
Your Worship, I agree with what management is saying. However, I just have a little concern regarding, not that what they have mentioned, that I clearly do agree, like I said. Mine is, Your Worship, that previously we had meetings with people in these chambers who are staying on town lanes. And as human beings, sometimes the law sometimes does not have a heart. And I just want to caution the management and the current council that there is people on town land that cannot afford, otherwise they must come and squat on in Rehoboth at certain areas because they cannot afford to stay in Rehoboth.
That
And whereby the people is only having 1 chicken or 2 chicken or 3 chicken, and they are just keeping them alive with a little bit of crops and so forth. So please do not mind, but let's also cater for that, because we do not have villages whereby people as such are being sorted. We do not have. So let us be mindful when it comes to that, because that is the poorest of even lower than ultra poor people. What we even accounted, what we even know about it was the year. So with the rest, I do understand. What I'm saying is, let's look into it, how we can assist this type of residents in our town at that areas. So let us just have a certain way of approaching that. With the ones that is having contracts and the ones who applied for contracts and the ones who does not have contracts, who's farming illegally, that I agree with. But there is some people staying there, like I just mentioned before. Thank you.
noted, Councillor. Any other chairman?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm very grateful that I am serving alongside Councillor Kutsia on the townlands. Your expertise, experience will be quite handy in this regard. I was adamant about land and townlands for that matter. Even if I only had one portfolio and would have been the only councillor there, I would not have minded, because land is very dear to me. If we look at the Bible, then the story of creation, when God created man, even before he created woman, God gave man land so that he could toil the land and replenish the land. And it was only when God saw that man cannot do this alone that he created the helper. So land is very close to me. But then I would, on this recommendation, state the following, that councillors has mainly failed when it comes to the administration of townlands. Seeing the things that are happening there on those townlands. And I will be crucified by my own people for making certain decisions. But I said initially, we need to be bold and we need to be brave and we need to stand by the decisions that we take. Yes, we do know that we come from a very marginalized society. We are a landless society. I'm very grateful to the Namibian government that has at last sought to recognize the Rehoboth Pastor Gamiente, so that through the captain, the captain, we'll see that how we can redress the injustices of the past. So we come from a community that does not have land. I per se am a headman of a community that does not own land. But when it comes to land administration, we need to put our feet down. But then at the same time, I want to have a mother's heart also That's why I regarded the standing resolution as being very draconian. It was very harsh and severe. I would have wanted us as council to first acquaintance ourselves with the situation on the ground. And once the land audit is done, and we see the reality of our people there, then we as council should, as a matter of agency, come in with assessment, monitoring, and supervisory roles to see to it that how can it be that someone was on Townlands ever since that day. I was saying even before Moses, some people have been there, and their stock is not there. They died, maybe due to drought, maybe due to theft or for own consumption, and now those people are, it's as no erfgenaam opdai dorpsgronde. So such members of our community should know as a matter of fact that their time on those townlands is running out. We'll have to engage them. And then we need to have a very open and honest conversation, because you cannot be on townlands and living as though you're in Block E. That was not the intended purpose of the townlands, but that will be after the audit and also the census, stock census, so that we know the capacity of our land and so forth. So that is the reasons as to why management committee thought it wise to just hold it for now, so that our future deliberations will be informed by the land audit. Thank you.
Any other discussions? Are we moving with the recommendations? Acting CEO?
I just think that within the land audit proposal, the terms of reference should be very specific, because it has also come to my attention that during counts of animals on the land, certain tenants are hiding some of their animals during the time that the counts are being done. So that there's also an animal audit, that while they're counting there in the kraal, there should be people in the field as well monitoring, because that is a difficult problem. It causes overgrazing and desertization within our camps. You've seen it. Back in the day, Camp 14 and 15 used to be the primary camps that has, soos ons sê, blinker gras. Now we only have siergras. It is not sustainable what we're doing. And Councillor Kaupes, as Honourable has already mentioned it. And we need to, like he said, also educate our people on the townlands that if you overgraze a certain area for 10 or more years, you will cause it to become a desert and you will no longer be able to live there.
Thank you so much. Therefore, with terms of references, so that the user division will come up with terms of revision, terms of reference together with the portfolio councillors, and then it will be executed as such. Therefore, with that said, is there anything else? Can we move the recommendations? So it is also time bound. Then second meeting, not the coming one, the next one. We also want complete feedback. 11.4.3, the alteration of proclaimed townland boundaries of the River Town Council to include the remainder of portion 28 of the farm Cortabes in number 98 into the proclaimed townlands of Rehoboth. Chairperson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah. A very interesting piece, this one. Just for introductory purposes, Willem Schutz, Town and Regional Planning Consultants, acting on behalf of Lucia Panduleni Hamutenia, in their capacity as the owner of remainder of portion 26 of Farm Dordabas number 98, is hereby submitting an application to the Rehoboth Town Council for alteration of the proclaimed townland boundaries of the town of Rehoboth to include the remainder of portion 26 of Farm Dordabes 98 into the proclaimed townlands of Rehoboth, and also subsequently the subdivision and development of the remainder of portion 26 of Farm Dordabes number 98. I would want to read the following. The discussion was that the remainder of portion 26 of farm number 98 is located 55 kilometers outside of Rehoboth and Rehoboth town and townlands, and is situated 3 kilometers east of Dordabes along C15 towards Uhlenhorst. The portion currently falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform. The applicant seeks approval to incorporate the remainder of portion 96 of the farm Dordabes number 98 to in a separate application, if approved, to subdivide the portion. The proposed development includes low-cost housing, agritourism, tourism accommodation, residential development, training and conference facilities, and other compatible uses. Land uses. Thank you, Your Worship, the Deputy Mayor. A very long list that we have read through, I believe. Management Committee recommends that consideration is declined for the need and desirability for the alteration of the proclaimed townland boundaries of the town of Rehoboth to include the remainder of portion 26 of the farm Dordabes number 98 into the proclaimed townlands of Rehoboth. Approval is declined for the extension of Rehoboth local authority boundary to include the remainder of portion 26 of farm Dordabes number 98. Refer to council.
The council declined the proposal, the submission. So is there anything that we need to discuss? Not the council, the management committee. Sorry. Can we discuss? Councillor Butcher?
I'd just like to ask through you as chairperson to the honourable chairperson of management, reason being for declining. Because I can just say it's declined, but on what basis? On what is the recommendations for declining? Both points, because I just see approval, consideration is declined and approval is declined. What is the basis of declining?
The chairperson?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Kutsia, for that question. The Management Committee, on that very day, we had for hours on end deliberations on the submission that was made. And then there were a few questions that arose, and we did not get clarity that satisfied us to the extent of consenting hereto. Firstly, the applicant herein, all cost will be borne by the applicant, being the town planning and all of those mentioned in the submission. But then we were asking few questions. Firstly, we were informed that the applicant is doing that so that they can have access to a town planning scheme through a local authority. And then we were inquiring, but then you are in the Commerce region. Why don't they do it through the city of Windhoek? And then we were made to understand that it's bureaucratic and time consuming and so forth. Okay. Then after, we were scrutinizing the submission, few things here and there. Firstly, for me personally, it's impractical. 55 kilometers away from Rehoboth, and then you are saying you are 3 kilometers from Dordabes. And in the submission, mention is made that you will be constructing low-cost houses there in the rural areas, low-cost houses in the field there. And then we were of opinion that this is a next Omea or Osona, firstly. So that did not get my buy-in. Yes, agritourism, tourism accommodation, all of those Once they were part of Rehoboth Townlands, the rates and taxes would have been paid to Rehoboth Town Council. But then we were asking, when it comes to the maintenance of infrastructure, should we service them or this applicant 55 kilometers away from Rehoboth Town Council? How practical is that? Also, when it comes to the benefit of the locals, job creation, I would not be made to believe that whilst you have the residents and the youth of Dordabas only 3 kilometers away, that the youth of Rehoboth 55 kilometers away would have benefit. And then we were rightfully informed by the CEO that such mention was made that Dordabas would be catered for. But then we said, but what is in for us as Rehoboth? What is in for the Rehoboth Town Council and for our community that we will benefit as a town in the long run? Maybe if mention was made that at least we'll get shares in this development that will take place there, maybe 10 or 20%, then we could have said, okay, so we are seeing that this will also not only just create revenue, but also job opportunities and also boost the tourism standing of the town and so forth, but nothing of that sort. And then we just felt like Rehoboth Town Council is being used as a leeway to get access to what is intended here that we do not know of. And for that reason, we said that management committee declines this submission that was made. Maybe if there's something that I missed that my colleagues would want to add there too.
Councillor Kutse.
Your Worship, what the Honourable Chairperson mentioned is making sense. I do not want to go into a cross debating, but what I will rather ask is, isn't it wise for us then first to get a presentation for them to present to council actually what is the basis and what is the benefits? Because I can see here on the recommendation that this is coming from portion from Dordabas to proclaim request submission reminder portion, and then it says reminder. The applicant, Willem Schultz Town Regional, that is the consultants are acting behalf of Lucia Penduleni Amutenia. Can't we ask Ms. Lucia Amutenia to come and first present what is the basis? Because I can remember, I'm not speaking specifically to them now, I can remember on the one of Sandwerf, because it's on the C15. The basis that will benefit us also is the road that connects to Dordabas, is also this road of Panov that connects to Dordabas, also on the way to the airport. So alongside this C15 there's also a lot of farms from locals, if I may say so. So there is certain basis whereby we saw fit. That's why we also introduced Sunwerf to say to be part, especially with certain social responsibilities that they can provide with us. Because Sunwerf itself, they did a presentation to the council. They invited the council for the council to come see what they are busy with. So perhaps we must just go to the same to see, or they come here, or we go there to see actually what are they trying to do, before just saying declining and say no. It might also be that we can learn or get info from them. Like on the Sunwerf one, I can remember, it's just unfortunate that our youth did not, if Councillor Chicking can recall, that presentation what was made for the 10 hectare or 15 hectare outside the river for the horse training. And Sunwerf is actually farming with stud horses that is costing a lot, whereby they could have give this type of quality or upgraded and assist there on this basis. So before I said no, I'm not saying it's not valid, but I would rather want to listen to the lady and then make a judgment on the decision. If that's what I will propose, to say, let's get the presentation from this person, and then if not, we can go with the recommendation as what the chairperson said. I also know that certain bases it is very expensive, certain things, because it's under the Commerce region, And that's why they are seeking for certain projects to be much easier on the development side. But at the end of the day, it's something that it's improving the whole of Namibia, not only Rehbof. I'm not looking at only to see the benefit out of Rehbof. I'm also seeing the benefit for the people in the area there around. Like Honorable Kaap said, it's 3 kilometers away from Dordebus. But if it's the rates of Windhoek, how will the people of Dordebus or the people around, the families of these people coming to Dordebus can afford these areas, because it means it must be on the commerce rates. So accommodation will be very expensive. But if it's on the basis at Rehbof, it brings expenses a bit lower, meaning it's also affordable. So due to the tourist things. So how can we actually look? Can we first get the ear and the voice from that person to say this is the way that we want to follow? That's what I will recommend before we decline, basically.
So there is a proposal coming from Councillor Justin to accord a presentation to the applicant. Do we have a secondment to that? We don't have a secondment. The vote falls through and it remains declined. Is it declined? Those in favor of declined, raise. Okay, 4, 4, 3, 3, 3, 4. All right. Declined. It stays as such. Councillors, are we done? Yes, sir. All right, yeah. Proposed by who now? Now after you voted. Majority. The administration, there was also discussion, apparently, not apparently, the chairperson reminds us.
You only vote when there's two proposed and seconded proposals or recommendations. So in this case, there needs to be a proposal and a secondment.
There was no secondment, so therefore, there was no need to vote. Thank you for the correction. Proposal and secondment. Who proposed that the decline stays as decline? Councillor Koiser and Councillor Novasis. We continue. There was an impound facility that was discussed. The chairman is reminding me, and management, and it is not here. By who? Or it referred back to administration, so therefore, but it should must state here. Or MC, it was referred. Oh, all right, thank you. Now we are done with the open meeting, open session, is it? We are moving on to the in-camera session. We have only 5 minutes. 5 minutes to take a half break while you distribute the in-camera. We don't have no in-camera, but we did not have the finance report. CEO's report. I think, but there was no question on that. Oh, okay. So therefore, I would like to thank all the technocrats really sat in through the meeting. It's now 10 o'clock. You could have been with your families, and you could have decided not to come. It can only be the CEO acting that could have come, but you have sacrificed your time. Therefore, we would really be grateful to you and say thank you once again. The councillors, thank you for a productive meeting. Thank you for the community members. Thank you for engaging. I think the PRO kept the conversation abreast. And we are thankful for the inputs of the community. With that said, we are signing off. Thank you so much. Let us stand and pray. Sorry, before that, Councillor.
Can I just recall, certain questions are being asked on the live stream and then people want to get to hear information. Can we next time just just tell them that the PRO will answer on certain questions after the meetings on questions that has been asked during the council meeting? Or what is the process?
The process is that if the person is asking on what we are discussing here, the engagement can be formally, but we are observing. But let me give it to the PRO so the PRO can answer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Currently, the PR office is understaffed. Normally, we responded on whilst we were managing the in-camera is being managed by our office. And normally, I would have followed the discussions and the questions, but currently, acting as SE and having been quite involved in the presentations and submissions, it was close to impossible for me to follow. And also, my assistant is the cameraman, both of them. So at this stage, we could not respond, but we did take note of all the questions, and most are self-explanatory questions, which we normally respond via our notices, etc. But yes, we take note. But if there is assistance, normally if we have interns, then we respond online. But currently, we are understaffed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I've said, let us stand and pray and close off.